Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Deputy Presidential Candidate Martha Karua now says Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate William Ruto is unfit to be president. Karua, who described Ruto as disrespectful in relation to the spat with President Uhuru Kenyatta, told Kenyans to reject him on the ballot. She urged residents of Narok and Nakuru counties not to entrust the country's leadership to individuals with questionable character.
Kama umesema ungepiga rais wa nchi kofi na mwananchi wa kawaida ungemfanyia nini? Hiyo hasira nyingi tuache. Ukiwa una hasira tukupatie nafasi hasira irudi chini.
With Narok and Nakuru counties bordering each other, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leaders urged all communities to live in harmony in the build-up to the August polls, assuring that security agencies in the country will ensure that peace prevails before, during and after the general election.
Ndani ya siku 100 tutateremusha bei ya unga, tutateremusha bei ya maisha, petroli, ile mafuta ya taa mnatumia na kila kitu. Miaka 5 mmeishi pamoja, haiwezekani mwaka wa siasa peke yake muanze kufurugana na watu waanze kumkumbusha kabila zenu. Hakuna kabila inakuwekea chakula kwa meza. Ni jasho la mikono yako na baraka za Mungu wako.
This as Deputy President William Ruto defended comments made in an audio clip attributed to him in which he purportedly forced President Uhuru Kenyatta to go for a repeat of the presidential election in the 2017 polls.
Hata hiyo vitu mnazungusha kwa maredio ati William Ruto ati sijui alisukuma Uhuru Kenyatta namna gani? Kwani mlikuwa mnataka Uhuru Kenyatta awache kiti ambayo sisi tulikuwa tumeamukia saa 11 kwenda kumpigia awe rais? Tuwaachie nyinyi watu ya kuzimia? Wendeni kabisa. Sisi ndio tuliamuka asubuhi na mapema, komera derako kwenda kuchagua Uhuru Kenyatta. Nyinyi mungetaka mimi ni mruhusu Uhuru Kenyatta awache ile kiti sisi tulikuwa tumemtafutia, ati awaachie mtu ya kitendawili? Hiyo watu wakwende kabisa. Hata kama nilimlazimisha awe rais iko makosa. Nyinyi watu wa kuzimia, wacheni ujinga bwana.
The Wiper Democratic Movement Party has already submitted the name of Ali Mbogo as the alternative names for the Mombasa gubernatorial post, even as the party's gubernatorial hopeful Mike Sonko filed an appeal case. While presenting their responses on Sonko's appeal case, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission legal counsel Edwin Mukele revealed that the Wiper Party on the 24th of June presented the names of Mbogo and Sonko as governor and deputy governor respectively. The Kalonzo Musyoka-led party is said to have presented the shuffled names of the duo 72 hours after IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee's decision to bar Sonko from vying for the seat on June 20th. Last week, Chief Justice Martha Karua named a 3-judge bench comprising of S. Githinji, Olga Sewe and Anne Onginjo to hear the matter. Now, the 2022 presidential debate will be held on Tuesday, July 26th. The head of the debate secretariat, Clifford Wachoka, in a statement noted that the presidential debates shall come a week after the deputy presidential debates, which will be held on Tuesday, July 19th. He added that this year the secretariat shall also oversee a gubernatorial debate which shall take place on Monday, July 11th. The gubernatorial debate shall proceed in 2 tiers, according to the statement. The first entailing candidates whose popularity rating stand below 5%, while the second will entail those whose popularity is above 5%. And President Uhuru Kenyatta has assured the government's commitment to providing a conducive environment for investment, saying significant strides have already been made towards making the country a dynamic and vibrant economy in East and Central Africa. The president pointed out that the government's focus on key reforms across the business and financial services spectrum has boosted the country's position as an international financial services hub. In a statement during the official launch of the Nairobi International Financial Center, President Kenyatta expressed satisfaction that the center has been designed as an efficient and predictable business environment to give more confidence to the large pools of global capital that have been watching Kenya's progress but not yet taken the decision to invest. And several people were injured yesterday evening in a road accident on the Nairobi Expressway. An Ombaso Sacco Matatu driving at high speed crashed into the Mlolongo toll station on the expressway, hitting other vehicles at the exit point. Over 20 people who were in the PSV minibus were rushed to various hospitals within the city, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Machakos Level 5 and Shalom Community Hospital. Kenya National Highways Authority said multiple injuries had been reported from the scene. This is the second accident to occur at the Mlolongo station within a period of 2 weeks. On June 26th, one person died and others were injured after a vehicle rammed into the toll station at Mlolongo exit. The motorist crashed into the toll plaza and ran over the vehicles being cleared at the exit. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refused to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it
own
up.
money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned it.
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's Tuesday morning, and what does the week have in store for us today? It looks like the roads are not looking too bad this morning. A little bit of a build-up here and there on Gong Road. Also something on Mombasa Road going outbound. But we should be able to keep things under control, at least for now. There's some action on Juja Road, then trying to connect with the city centre this morning. The Pangani underpass, a little bit here and there. Thika Superhighway looks pretty good. Not too much of an issue right now. Let's look out into Westlands, where it's also starting to build up, but not crazy at this hour. Keep an eye on things and see what it looks like in about 30 minutes. Let us know what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there.
SpiceFM, Malindi. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way
It's
to
9
start
minutes after
your
6.
day.
It's Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Tuesday. It's the 5th day of July. Took on a CT Muga. Good morning, CT.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Fine.
You had a good day and good night?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, I did.
They were good.
They were good.
Very good. You know, it's very important that they be good. Otherwise,
I agree with you. It is good for them to be good.
It is. Ndu,
Yes.
good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Umelalaje?
Do you say nililala or nimelala?
Yeah, choose. Which one do you want?
I slept. Don't confuse me. This is
Umeamkaje?
ni salama.
Umeamka salama?
Oh, that's what you say. Nimeamka salama.
Yeah.
Oh yes, nimeamka salama.
Vizuri. Vema kabisa.
Na wewe je?
Mimi pia niko salama kabisa. Sina hofu wala shaka.
Bugdha.
Wala bugdha. It's all good, it's all good. Yes, it is. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. If you're just tuned in, welcome to Tuesday and happy Tuesday. Glad that you are able to lock in this early morning. Let me tell you, we are going to have some interesting conversations today. The Media Council of Kenya. You know the Media Council of Kenya? It has a job of
regulating.
I didn't want to say regulate.
Okay.
Regulating the media industry in this country. It's more like oversighting, not regulate. Regulator is the communications authority. Oversighting the media, especially the journalism sector in the country. We will have the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo. What will he be here to talk about?
So they've released a number of surveys over the last couple of weeks. And the most interesting one was looking at who gets the most coverage or who has gotten the most coverage in recent times. And so we're going to ask him questions about, how this came about. Who covered? Is it balanced? Why then is it not balanced? Are there other factors that determine this coverage? So it'll be interesting to hear what they have to say from a council perspective, and then what recommendations are for the future. So that would be a fun conversation.
Oh, yes. We'll ask him to stay on at 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Because again, at 8, we'll be joined by John Allen Namu, investigative journalist. Also to talk about what? You say
misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. It continues as we're talking about going towards the general election, and saying that what is going out there then in terms of what we are sharing, right? So John specifically comes to talk to us about that and having a conversation then, okay, so who covers what and how is then that information put out there?
Indeed.
Right? So
John and his team have a platform that is dealing with how to identify fake news, basically just doing a lot of fact-checking around this election. The Media Council of Kenya is also doing the same. They also have a program where they are doing a lot of fact-checking, where journalists can also tap in and contribute into fact-checking. So David and John Allen will be telling us about that. 9 o'clock, let's talk NARC Kenya. Yes. The deputy party leader of NARC Kenya will be here with us in the studio. Remember, the party leader is now a running mate to the Azimio presidential candidate. Yes. So what happens to NARC Kenya now that Martha Karua is there? If Raila and Martha win the presidency, what does NARC Kenya plan to do to remain relevant and remain focused on its programs? Yes? Yes. So tell us about COVID.
All right, let me give you the numbers. We're looking at Monday, and 555 million cases around the world. That is the global tally. Let's look at what's happening in the country. 108 new cases from a smaller sample size of 1,366. We've not seen a sample size that has gone above 3,500. So in terms of numbers, we've been looking at relatively low sample sizes, and we've been getting high positivity rates based on the numbers. This is a lower number, however, so we're looking at a lower positivity rate of 7.9%, which is a good thing. But then again, remember that the sample size was significantly low, about a third of what we've been sampling over the last week or so. So, 0 recorded deaths, again, a good thing. Just the day before, we saw the first death in a while. Ministry of Health is still saying, come on, guys, go out and get vaccinated. It is your sure line of defense. Highest number of cases in Nairobi, and then we're going across Nairobi through to Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, and then Murang'a, Nyandarua, Homa Bay, and ending up in Laikipia with 1111 cases, the highest number of cases being 70 in Nairobi. COVID infections could be more severe for some. This is the world watching at an influx of COVID-19 cases. A zero COVID strategy would be the way to make sure that we avert waves of serious illnesses, all right? It's been going on for 2 years now, as we know. During this time, the virus has mutated, allowing it to evade the immune system and infect people many times. So this is the thing, that more than once you can get this. So it's just, again, it's like the common cold. You can get a different strain of the common cold in a very short period of time, when you are reinfected with COVID, are you likely to be better or worse than the first time you had COVID? The answer is being given, as well as being a question many people are curious about, and it's an important issue from a public health perspective. If symptoms are more severe each time someone gets infected, we would expect the pandemic to escalate and people become sicker and sicker. And the only way to avoid this is a zero COVID strategy. So this is what they're saying right now, that some of the countries that seem to have gotten a lid on this is one of them who's being castigated by the rest of the world, which is China. And saying, look, the only way that we can have a sure way of protecting ourselves is to have a zero COVID strategy. We're not saying reduce the numbers. We're not saying let's try and beef up our health systems. We are saying zero COVID.
What?
Health experts are saying now then that perhaps this is the way to go.
What? Okay. Let's take a break. It's 16 minutes after 6. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook. And we are also live. Where else? On SpiceFM across the country. If you're online, say hello to us. We'll be doing our usual thing. And our usual thing is to acknowledge everybody who's posting their comment and telling us where they're tuned in from. After we take this quick break, taking a look at the weather forecast, reminding you about Pocket by Mozilla. So Mozilla have this app that they've acquired. It's Pocket. It's unbelievably good. It gives you all your kind of content all curated onto one place where you go in and you don't have to look, keep opening multiple tabs, keep them refreshing in the background. And the good thing is, once you've put content there, you can even access it offline.
Yeah, later on. So you can, that's exactly what it is. You keep it in your pocket, you have access to it later, so that you have an opportunity on the go, basically, to read, to listen, to share. So you don't have to look at it one time. Pocket allows you to keep it in your pocket and have access to it later.
Yes, we'll tell you where to download it and how to use it. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Africa is rapidly growing, and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion designers, singers, and other personalities from across Africa. Only on KTN Home.
It's 14 degrees and partly cloudy in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 12 today. 14 and mostly cloudy in Nakuru. Highs of 25. 22 will be behind and mostly cloudy in Nyeri. At 14, it'll come down to lows of 11. It's 12 degrees and clear in Eldoret. Highs of 22 and lows of 11 today. The rain continues in Mombasa this morning at 22. We'll see highs of 27. 27 will also be the high recorded in a rainy Malindi, currently at 25. It's 17 degrees and partly cloudy in Kisumu. Highs of 27 and lows of 17. And 15 degrees and clear in Kakamega. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14. 16 degrees in Kampala, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 28 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 22. Let's look into Johannesburg, where it's mostly cloudy at 8, highs of 18 and lows of 7. And it's a rainy morning in Lagos at 25. We'll see highs of 28. 19 degrees and clear in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 18. Looking out into Beijing, it's a rainy afternoon, highs of 30 and lows of 23. It's 13 degrees and cloudy in Paris, highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 23 in London, where it's cloudy this morning at 15. Round things out to New York, where it's partly cloudy at 24, still Monday night. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 22.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
19 minutes after 6. Good morning. Welcome to the Situation Room. If you're joining us, who's online?
Bishogoro Omokaya says he's tuning from Getari village in Nyamira County, and he says specifically to say hi to CT Muga. The rest of you can
Can say hi to yourself.
Figure it out. Greet yourselves. David Kiare Wasubuke, it's been a minute. How are you? He's tuning from Kahiga, well represented. Andrew Franklin, it's a good morning, is it? In Lavington, good morning to you. Good morning from Kitengela. Bob Arena is there. Abdikadir Abdallah is tuning this morning and he says he's with us to the end. Karibu Sana. Farista Muganda says, good morning. Good morning. Okay. Vincent Ogutu says he's with us as well. Livingston Akala Mwana says he's with us this morning. Good morning from Nakuru. That's where Hamid is. And Evelyn Kavaya says amen and amen. She's tuning from Riyadh. And SpiceFM KE, good morning. Otieno Salome says good morning. From Kitengela, that's where Jackson is. And Victor says good morning in a matchbox heading to Mombasa Road. Wow. Are you one of those guys who sent to the village in a groundnut shell?
I remember City's thing yesterday. Yeah. The car that he described as a matchbox.
As a matchbox with some leg space. Yeah. Somebody else has followed in fine fashion this morning. Eric Nyamao. No, I was not calling you. Somebody else called Eric. He's tuning from Kisi and he's listening loud and clear. Odero is tuning from the Great Wall of Kino. Bungoma is where Richie is. Robert is in Mombasa. And Ivan Katabazi is tuned in from Kampala in Uganda.
Everybody, you're what?
You're
welcome.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
Bwana Muga.
Okay. Proverb from Namibia. Okay. If your mouth turns into a knife, it will cut off your lips. If your mouth turns into a knife,
it'll cut off your lips.
Yes.
Nice.
Where?
Nice. Okay.
Ni sawa.
Tumesikia.
Yeah.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aquafresh Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath.
All right, shall we take a look at the newspaper headlines, please?
Please.
Let's. www.standardmedia.co.ke. Are you a member of our online community? Are you? If you're not, please become one. You're the only one left out. www.standardmedia.co.ke. You get access to some brilliant and beautiful content. This girl has planted 4,000 trees. Alice Wanjiro's plan is to green Kenya with 10 million of them. This is a young girl who is very, very, very green. Very green conscious. So she's doing her bits, right? Like the hummingbird in the forests. She's collecting water to put out the fire in the forest by herself. She's doing her bit. She has so far planted 4,000 trees. You want to know who the girl is? www.standardmedia.co.ke. What are the headlines?
Carried in the papers today, it's a poll day. On The Nation, polls, battle of the IT gurus. And on The Standard, poll, Karua's big impact. Many other liners today, as well as we seeing that the court has handed Sonko a lifeline in the Mombasa governor race. It's carried on page 5. In The Standard, new twist in Sonko bid to lead Mombasa. His quest to be governor remains unclear after Wiper named Ali Mbogo. So here we are, and we're looking at another issue which I really think we should have been done and dusted with a while ago. But all right. Mombasa governor aspirant Mike Sonko yesterday got a huge relief when the High Court sitting in Mombasa stopped the IEBC from printing ballot papers for the governor's race. Voila. The former Nairobi governor also had his prayers answered when the court stopped Wiper Party from replacing him as its candidate for the Mombasa governor's seat. Whereas the relief is until the matter is heard and determined. It emerged yesterday that Wiper had replaced Sonko as its candidate with Kisauni MP Ali Menza Mbogo in the new formation. Sonko is to be Mbogo's running mate. The Independent Electoral and Boundary Commission told Justices Olga Sere, Anne Onjigo and Stephen Githinji that Wiper had already fielded a new candidate for the Mombasa governor seat. So really, this little matter doesn't matter. The IEBC's lawyer, Edwin Mukele, said Wiper presented Mbogo as the alternative candidate and Sonko as his deputy. In an oral submission, Mukele said the IEBC had also forwarded the names of all 7 candidates to the government printer for gazettement, and that there was already a commercial agreement to print the papers. The court said, okay, stop. Let's wait and determine this thing first. Until then, there shall be no printing of these particular ballot papers. In a letter seen by the Standard, Wiper's National Elections Board Chair Agatha Sotile went to the IEBC proposing Bogo's name following the judgment by IEBC's Disputes Resolution Committee directing the party to submit another candidate within 72 hours. Pursuant to this judgment by the DRC panel, requesting us to support, or rather to submit our candidates for the Mombasa gubernatorial elections within 72 hours from the date of decision, which expires at 10:45 a.m. today, we hereby forward Wiper Democratic Movement gubernatorial candidate for Mombasa County in form of Bogo Ali Menza as governor and Kyoko Mike Mbuvi Gideon as deputy governor. Earlier, the IEBC had stopped the IEBC from printing ballot papers and also stopped Wiper from fielding another candidate pending the hearing and determination of the petition filed by Sonko. The bench also allowed the EACC to be enjoined as an interested party in the petition. So, while all this is happening, the IEBC then is prohibited from printing the papers with these new names, with these changes. They want this to be determined first before the IEBC then can continue.
I'm wondering, so what is Wiper's game plan?
I wonder.
Because if the issue is Sonko being on the ballot, does substituting him really address the issue? I mean, not even substituting. So you're moving from being the governor to being the running mate. Yeah. Does it change anything?
It doesn't. That he still appears on the ballot.
What does it change?
It does. What it does is that... No, let me not say what I'm thinking. What it does is this. Ali Mbogo is MP, Kisauni. That constituency is the most populous constituency in Mombasa County. Over 200,000 people in that constituency.
Okay.
So it means for you to win that constituency, you are a fairly popular person.
Okay.
So starting off the blocks, you have a head start, so to speak.
Okay.
Right? Plus Ali Mbogo is a local. Sonko is a local boy, yes.
Okay.
But he moved to Nairobi. Now, Wiper is doing what we call hedging your bets. Right? They want a candidate. This Azimio thing clearly not working for them. Okay? This, what do they call that thing?
One Kenya, Azimio, La Umoja, One Kenya.
Yes.
Coalition.
Yes.
Both got it wrong.
Yeah, it's not working.
La Umoja, One Kenya.
Okay,
remember, they wanted to segment.
Started with One Kenya.
Okay, we know that the Azimio compact thing. Okay, they wanted to segment areas to give certain parties an advantage, isn't it?
Okay.
So clearly, Wiper don't seem to share that view. So you may find the 3 Azimio candidates being fronted.
It's okay, but City.
Yes.
This one ticket is poisoned by the inclusion of the name Mike Mbuvi Gideon.
No, it isn't.
That's the issue that is in court.
Yes, it is in. I understand, but is it in court because he wants to be governor, or is it in court because he is Sonko and he?
It is in court because he got cases of corruption against him, and he wants to be governor of Mombasa.
Yes.
So if he removes himself from wanting to be governor, the case goes on. All right, because
he's
it's
not
in court.
Himself, he's on the ticket. They are still retaining him on the ticket. It's just that Ali Mbogo is the governor.
He's the governor, and he
Mike
will be then the running
is the running mate. He's on the ticket.
I get that, but I thought the beef, this requirement of the law, like a degree, is it also for deputy?
Yes.
Remember that there was. It's for
just
anybody.
asking.
Yes.
No, it's not for anybody.
The requirement.
No.
In this
the
case,
issue of movie is not even about degree.
No, it's not degree.
It's an integrity.
It's the integrity
issue. The
issue.
fact that you have been impeached, can you run as governor?
I am now with you.
You get it? That's the point. There was a petition that was filed.
I was
in
slow off the
Mombasa.
starting block.
Oh, good morning,
now,
City.
yes. I'm now with you.
That was the point. That the petition is yet to be determined. And before that has been determined, Wiper is still putting him on the ballot in a different position. So here are we saying it's still an issue. City's awake. The alarm bells have gone off.
What's Wiper's game plan? That's the question.
They're flip-flopping.
Because Ali Mbogo, like you're saying, is a very popular candidate.
He is a popular candidate.
So use him.
And he should have actually been on that ballot to begin with.
Use him with another running mate.
And he had wanted to be governor, actually.
Exactly.
Yes. They should have fronted him.
So the question is, why still insist on the inclusion of Sonko on the ballot?
And what are they doing to Ali Mbogo?
You know, these political things sometimes they amaze me.
They're staining his image as well.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
But they are staining his image on the national front. At the local front, Sonko is not unpopular.
Oh, no, he's not.
No, he's not.
Yes.
No, he's not.
Yes. So,
you see, the thing is, if Ali Mbogo had a chance of either, calculating his moves nicely and saying, I am determined I want to be on the ballot, or I look at this and I see how the Azimio One Kenya game is being played out. It's okay. Just like Suleiman Shabal. Okay, not this time. Maybe go back to Kisauni, run again in Kisauni. Maybe, But now, issues.
You know what is of interest, The way these guys are going about this business, You have Abdul Somad on the one hand, fronting the Azimio flag, okay? You then have
Ali Mbogo.
And do you know what they've just done, these fellows? Because this is Azimio.
Sarai.
Yes, they're going to give Sarai that fighting chance. Because if these two fellows, because they'll split those votes. For sure. They will, and they'll split them nicely.
Anyway.
Wherever Sarai is, I think he must be smiling and praying that the gods continue
to smile
in the way that they're going about their business.
Confusing this.
Yes, may the gods continue.
6:30, it's Kenya's biggest conversation. So we've been talking about elections bila norma, right?
Right.
We're heading into this election. We do not want to see incidences of violence. It's unfortunate that we see them. It's unfortunate what we saw the other day in... was it in Kisii? No, it wasn't in Kisii.
Kisii was tear gas.
Yes. And what the kind of fracas and what that causes in terms of jitters in a campaign, we don't want to see those kind of things. We already know that NCIC has come out with a report that has already indicated the areas that are highly likely to experience violence, so that everybody can shed a spotlight on that and see how do we avoid violence flaring up in these areas. We'd all like to work together. Like we've all said, everybody has got a duty to play. If you see your neighbor and you see that your neighbor supports the opposite side, it's okay. Let them go and campaign and vote for whoever they want to campaign and vote for. You stick your guns and vote for whoever you want to campaign for, unless you want to have a nice, sober debate where you seek to convince one another to move over from one side to the other. Komwendo aste. All in all, it is all about elections bila norma. We have partnered with NCIC to have these conversations. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Guess what? Cold Stone Creamery has amazing deals for you to indulge every day. This month, enjoy deals on 2 cups of creamy delicious ice cream from as low as 600 shillings and ice cream cakes from as low as 1,800 shillings. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
It's building up on Jogoro this morning, getting out towards the roundabout at City Stadium, but not too bad as you get onto Landis. We're going to see a bit of action then just around Camp Kunji and then heading on to Haile Selassie. Nothing in terms of madness, at least not for now. It's building up on the Thika Superhighway. We're seeing the dot of traffic starting out just before the Outer Ring Junction. It's going to take you all the way through to the Pangani Underpass, and we're likely to see heightened traffic as we go along. What's going on in the middle of the city? Quite a lot. Everybody's getting in and out of the city this morning at rapid speed. Coming out of Western, starting to build up. James Gishuru is looking all right for now. We're likely to see some action and spilling over to Waiakiwe. You've got options, guys. Use them. On this side, you've got the Red Hill Link Road. Think about that. We're also looking at the Southern Bypass, which is an option for you, as well as then going round through Outer Ring if you're going onto the Thika Superhighway and don't want to get into the mess that would likely be in the CBD. Let's talk, guys. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this Tuesday.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Mornings. 24 minutes to 7. Okay. Yes. City, what are you looking at?
I'm a man. I'm looking at a story in the Business Daily. Right. Let me just read it. Now, this country we live in is an amazing country. It's truly amazing.
We live in an amazing country.
We do. Remember this matter that we've been discussing on and off, the saga about DP World and their entry into the port business in Kenya. It continues. Remember yesterday we were talking about how the Dock Workers Union had waded into that particular discussion, and they had categorically said that them, as far as they're concerned, anything to do with this matter should be postponed until after the election. And also, the issue of dock workers and their interests must be catered for. All right? Right. Now, the CS Treasury has also waded in yet again. That the heading on page 2 of the Business Daily on this matter is Yatani, why we are considering DP World to manage Lamu Port. Okay? Right. Let me just read the story briefly so that I clarify the matter. Kenya turned to port operator DP Dubai Port World, that's DP World, to manage Lamu Port due to a lack of capacity at the state-run Kenya Ports Authority. Okay? Kenya Ports Authority lacks capacity, so we bring capacity from DP
World.
Thank you very much. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukur Yatani said DP World were among port operators being explored. See, here we go again. Were among port operators being explored by the government as potential private partners to run the new port.
Okay.
I'm coming back to that point, but let me just read on.
Continue.
Lamu Port was launched last year following delays linked to funding shortfalls and the operationalization of the 3 berths. Now, I picked this story for one reason. Stories are conflicting here. There are stories that seem to state categorically that the deed is done. It's been signed. It's been agreed upon. But here yet again we're saying they're being considered as potential. Which is it?
The deal that's done is a deal, government-to-government agreement between Kenya and the UAE. All right? For support on infrastructure projects and logistics. And then there's been conversation with DP World. DP World has not been picked, but DP World has been written to by Ukur Yatani in that letter that was leaked in the media the other day, in which Ukur Yatani is speaking to the chairman of DP World and saying, okay, so we notice that you have established an entity that will be your DP World representative in this country. we'd like you to now furnish us with a business case for managing these logistics operations. One for X number of berths in Mombasa Port, the other one for these berths in Lamu Port, and the other one for operating 5,000 hectares of land as a special economic zone in Lamu County. They haven't been picked. They've been asked to submit. The question would be, if Ukur Yatani is saying is among the companies that have been, Ukur Yatani should now be telling us who else.
Yes, but again, this article seems to think otherwise. They are saying Kenya has been at pains to explain the rationale behind signing a concession with DP World to undertake the development, operation, management and expansion of transport logistics services in Kenya on various components. Yes. A concession goes beyond an MOU. Yes. Concession is actually, you've been told, carry on.
It's done deal.
Yes, exactly. This is why I'm saying, what is it? Where exactly are we with this matter? Because I was of the same view that you expressed, that essentially people have shown interest and they've been told, okay, letters of intent, all these lovely financial documents that people provide. Yes.
Send us your expression of interest and explain to us how you intend to do this. Blah, 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 blah.
This same article says the country hasn't committed to an agreement, but a memorandum of understanding to grant private parties the right to run. See, listen to this. A memorandum of understanding to grant private parties the right to run and operate port terminals and infrastructure, such as container freight, dry port, and storage facilities. What is he saying? We haven't made a commitment.
That's quoting
Yatani. Yes. We haven't committed, but we've given an MOU. What do you think an MOU is?
The MOU is with DP World, or is it with the government of UAE?
Here.
I think that's where we start conflating issues.
Yes.
Because there's Kenya government and there's the government of the United Arab Emirates. And then there's a private company called Dubai Port World.
Who come from?
Dubai, UAE. Yeah.
So it's the same thing.
So is the MOU between Kenya government and UAE government? And can we then pick any other company that operates ports in the UAE?
Actually, more importantly, if they invited people to express their interest, how many others did they invite?
Yes.
See, this is the thing, and I think that's
who
where the
else
danger,
is being considered.
Yes.
This is the danger of this entire conversation, because I think the process itself, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's all right. People do it all the time. Get private companies to manage their ports and other national facility. It happens all the time. The thing is that when it's shrouded in secrecy, then that's where you have an issue. And it does seem as though Treasury is giving us this information in morsels, releasing a little bit here and there, saying, okay, there's expression of interest, then there's a memorandum of understanding, then there's the inclusion of the UAE government, then there's that is the problem. That the speculative nature of people will be then, okay, there must be something dodgy going on because you're not giving us the information whole, at once. And you're giving it in piecemeal, and that's the problem. There's really nothing wrong with a process like this because it happens all the time across the world. But when you don't share it with people, then it does look as though you have your hands in the cookie jar or that you're doing something that should only be, hidden and in the dark. That's the problem.
Yes, in that cookie jar.
Yeah. That's the problem here.
And also, DP World from Dubai, which is in the UAE. We have another understanding with the government of the UAE, which is also where Dubai comes from.
And who says that the UAE cannot front now DP World to carry out their business? Because that's essentially where you're going, CT. That is very possible that the government of the UAE has fronted DP World to carry out the operations of this MOU.
You see, if the government of the UAE comes and tells Kenya, you know what, we know these guys, we can actually be the guarantors.
Vouch for them,
We vouch for them.
We don't have a problem with that.
Yes, it's okay though.
Why is it that whenever we have a straightforward thing which has clear benefit, by the way, the benefits
are huge,
and they're clear,
then you want to muck it up by being so
dodgy?
Yeah, why?
Or is it us who are reporting dodgily?
It's because there's insufficient information.
If there's a hole, you're naturally going to want to fill it up with something, isn't it? And that is speculation, and that's what it is. You don't tell people what's going on; they're going to fill it up with their own stuff. What do you want?
Yatani should just come out and explain slowly. Come here, sit. You have your pens and papers open. Is the camera rolling? Now let me explain. You see this? This is Lamu. It's in Kenya. See this? These photos show today, Lamu, how it looks today. Okay? This is our plan. Take us slowly and then show us in 2050.
This is what we want
This
it
is
to
what
look
we want
like.
it to look like.
This is what Lamu will look like.
Yes.
Yeah, and the people who
To
we're
get us
thinking
there.
can take us there, this is them. Because look at the other work that they've done around the world. Look at the work that they're even doing in the UAE. Look at the work that they have done. So we feel in order to get from here to there, these are the fellows who can take us there. What is wrong with that?
Pole pole, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, just
Yes,
easy.
Like we're
as we
2-year-olds.
say in Kenya, one by one.
Yes.
True.
One,
Small.
one.
Hiya. Today is Tuesday. The Financial Standard has a story here. It's a double spread. Why Kenya is teetering on the brink of a full-blown economic crisis. Kenyans have every reason to worry when the ruling class play politics with the issue of skyrocketing food prices amid the uncertainty of next few months and the next month's polls. You know you're staring into a major economic crisis when your leaders can feign a feeling of helplessness. Instead of leaders sitting down and trying to find solutions, others are going out there to incite the wananchi. Prices have gone up. Ask Uhuru. Uhuru. Am I in Ukraine? What would I be doing there? That's what President Uhuru Kenyatta said in a speech on Labor Day, May 1st. The jibe was aimed at his deputy, Dr. William Ruto, who has since turned into a fierce critic of his boss. So basically the problem is, the story is highlighting, this is what the government officials are doing, going after one another, right? On Friday, Agriculture CS Peter Munya urged Kenyans, the biggest consumers of maize on this side of the Sahara, only matched by Malawians, to stop their over-reliance on maize. I'm not saying maize is bad, but you should have alternatives. When you have maize as the main source of food, it becomes a challenge when the prices soar. That is what the Agriculture Cabinet Secretary told Kenyans. A typical Kenyan family across the different income groups consumes some maize in a day, according to General Masila, the Executive Director and Chief Executive of the East African Grain Council. Used to make ugali, maize, which was brought to Kenya by the Portuguese, has been synonymous with food security. On average, each Kenyan consumes 67 kilograms of maize in a year, according to official data. 67 kilos of maize.
So you, as you are like this,
we are halfway through the year. You've already done your 33
eaten 33 kgs of maize. You, as you are.
I have an issue with this discussion about what else people should eat, but please carry on.
Now you have an issue. It's okay. You do your six.
I just keep my issue quiet.
If you give me what else I can eat, I'll give you my remaining 33
the last
kilos.
time someone tried this particular formula, it was with disastrous consequences. But them, they were even more specific. This one is general.
Jero Gedai was the minister then. He was the then finance minister from 2011 to 2013. Unlike Mr. Munya, who urged Kenyans to diversify to other indigenous cereals like sorghum and millet to reduce their dependence on maize, Gedai had different delicacies. He said, for example, in Tanzania, they eat rats. But in this country, if you tell people to eat rats, they'll not eat. Therefore, people will die of hunger. And there are rats here.
People eat rats here.
That's what
he doesn't know, but people eat rats here.
Yeah, but not in sufficient quantities. That is there. MyGov, which is a pullout in the Standard today, has a story. Moratorium on import duty as state moves to reduce the cost of maize. Government has temporarily halted the payment of all import duty and levies on imported maize and animal feed to relieve Kenyans from the steadily rising cost of living in the country. According to government spokesperson, retired Colonel Cyrus Aguna, the waiver covers 540,000 metric tons of maize, equivalent to 6 million bags of white maize for the months of July and August before the next harvest. He noted that consequent to the moratorium, individual businessmen are free to import the maize to bridge the anticipated deficit of 2.2 million bags of the staple food. Script coming to where it was supposed to be coming. Right? Importation window opened. Duty-free importation of maize opened. Please. We are in July. It's going to run until August. Expect maize to come into the country, expect the millers to stop complaining, expect the food prices to stabilize in August, and expect people to get rich. As sure as the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, when this issue was first raised, we said, we're in an election year. People are looking for money. We are going to have an importation of maize. The window is going to be opened. Sukari, Malindi. Here we are.
And we know what that means.
Here we are.
Okay. We are being told that there is a disaster coming.
In which form and shape?
In January, at the end of January, we're going to go back to the normal school year, right? And the Ministry of Education has already decried that, you know what, we're not going to have enough space because we're coming off of a double intake, right? Because we're now transitioning into junior secondary and then senior secondary, etc., etc.
Yes.
And the call previously had been, please, if you are in a private school and your private school then has high school facilities, I'm asking you, please, don't try to move to a national school or a public school because we just don't have the space. Stay where you are. He's also called on private schools that, please, if you can build schools, classrooms with the capacity for lower secondary and upper secondary, please, we are asking you to do so. Now, the story is carried on the back page of The Nation. Rules to guide the running of junior secondary schools have been made ready. The guidelines that will be used by schools to admit learners to junior secondary school are ready, but parents and teachers will have to wait a little bit longer until they are published. The rules that have been developed to give direction on the transition and implementation of the competency-based curriculum, CBC. In JSS, the Principal Secretary for Curriculum Implementation, Fatuma Shege, said yesterday. Professor Shege revealed that once administrative processes had been dispensed, the documents will be published and the public will get an insight into how the transition will be done. So the architecture of the system has already been worked out. The problem is going to be, coming off of this, where you're actually going to fit human bodies into classrooms. They're already looking at a disaster. We have heard from the Cabinet Secretary, Professor Magoha, and he's already saying we are going to have a problem. In July, he's telling you, in January, we're going to have an issue. And he's saying two things ought to happen. One, please, if you can and you have space, build schools. We'll give you the necessary guidelines. And if you're already in a private school that has those facilities, tafadhali, stay where you are because we are foreseeing a problem. And it's likely to be just that way. So, 10,000 is the number of classrooms that the government is building to accommodate the GSS learners, but they're already saying that this is not enough. 6,497 is the number of classrooms that have been completed in phase 1 of the project, and they have about 3,503 to go. And they're saying that even this, with the completion of these other classrooms, it is just not going to be enough. So that's a disaster that's looming. We are not quite sure how it's going to roll out come January 2023, but they're looking at a situation whereby they're not sure if things are going to work out really well. Cometh the time, cometh the hour.
Isn't this a little 11th hour-ish?
It's a bit 11th hour crying, if you ask me. That when the CBC was being implemented some 3-4 years ago, that they knew that this was going to be an issue because they knew at some point, even with the delay that COVID brought, they knew that by virtue of them changing the system, with or without COVID, that at some point you were going to have a double intake.
They understood and they knew. The thing that I find a little puzzling is what is it that they needed to put in place before they could come out and say what they're saying now? Or did it not occur to them that some of these things were needed and it's only now that it's hitting them, that perhaps with their planning there's a shortfall? I mean, the people who own private schools have been their partners for the longest time. I mean, anyone who's in education is in education. The licensure for education is given by the ministry. There is no private board in this particular country or institution that issues licenses and privileges to private schools. Everything is the Ministry of Education. So these are partners. Now, if they are partners, then surely ought they not have been a scheme in place to ensure that what we are now being told about and what we're discussing is something that had been considered before? so that those in the private school sector would have had enough opportunity to discuss this among themselves and to see how best they can, should we say, roll out with this new system. Whether we like it or not, the truth of the matter is that the people who attend these private schools are just the same Kenyans as the ones who attend the public schools. Yes.
Okay, so what have the private schools been doing
In terms of?
in preparation for this?
So there's some private schools that are actually building, literally using the space they have.
Those who have
to
the
build-
capacity.
Those that
As
have
they
the
should.
capacity are building classrooms.
Some are shutting down.
Because they're saying,
As they should.
they're actually telling the Ministry of Education that we're ready. We have we can actually do it. So some indeed are shutting down because look, we're just not going to be able to do this.
Okay.
But others are saying, you know what? Yeah, we can absolutely. We build and we take off the pressure of the public system.
If you're in the private school business and you're running a secondary school, you obviously have the minimum requirements, which include the dormitories, number one, if it's a boarding school, and then you'll have the labs, right?
Yes.
And the workshops that are
Yes.
required. Now, if you have those ready, then you can take whatever number of students you can take
Yes.
based on your capacity.
Yes.
If you're a new investor, you know this is what you need to do. You're talking about secondary school education. These
And
are
even
the
if you didn't
minimum
know, and even if you didn't know, the ministry also has said for those who will help, here are the guidelines, and they're making it as basic as they can. You know, classrooms of this nature, a lab of this nature, workshop of this nature, and if you can do that, and we give you the tick, then please go ahead.
The issue, though, is are we compromising on quality as we rush to make sure that we can accommodate children? Are we going to be compromising on quality? You know, well, we are in a tough situation. Anyway, let's even reduce the number of students that can sit in a classroom of X by X size. If we compromise on quality, we have an issue. If we're not compromising on quality,
Then it's all right.
then let's all go ahead. It's like you're saying, when the CBC was being rolled out, it was clear that at some point, it's not because of COVID.
No, it's not.
It was clear when you roll out CBC, at some point you're going to have a double intake. So it's not a 1-2 year conversation. It's a conversation that was there from the very beginning. So why are we acting as if
As City will tell you, it's the nature to wait until the last
we're
minute
new to
do
Jerusalem?
this, and then you start crying.
It doesn't forebode well. You're starting a new system, and the path to that new system is just one hiccup after another after another. Not good.
Not at all.
There's a whole ministry that knows what ought to be done, and I'm certain had set in motion what was required. Haisuru.
Sindio? We just say Haisu. Haisuru.
It's on your
Inua
belly,
mikono
Abi.
juu, tumemwachia Mungu. That's what you say. Tumewachia Mungu. So, presidential candidate David More Waihiga launched his manifesto yesterday. Are we together? And the Agano Party presidential candidate promised to cut pay as you earn by 50% to cushion Kenyans from the tough economic times. More yesterday launched his 12-point manifesto, which includes dissolving Nairobi City County. He also vowed to support entrepreneurs by doing away with tax compliance certificates for government tender applications and empowering all government agencies to make payments after deducting all tax applicable. He further said the county and national government pending bills will be verified and converted into government bonds. The presidential candidate also noted that within his first days in office, his government will issue an executive order to declare a waiver on all tax penalties accrued by business owners that fail to file tax returns or pay tax altogether. He said he'll convene a tax reforms commission to help simplify tax laws. Basically saying, we'll start afresh. He's the man to vote for, Bernard. Yeah. To ensure there is universal health coverage, Waihiga said his government will ensure NHIF contribution is subsidized. A National Health Commission will be put in place to tame the rising health costs in both public and private hospitals. His administration has guaranteed free education at all levels and includes significant tax breaks for firms that take fresh graduates for attachment. Yeah? Yeah.
Looks good.
Let's take a break. We want to hear the news. And then after that, we'll have the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo, talking about elections 2022, promoting fair coverage for all candidates. Let's start with that. How much coverage have we given to David Moore Wahiga's manifesto?
1 minute and 10 seconds.
There you go. Kenya's biggest conversation. Keep it here for more. Good morning. It's 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Asato. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Deputy Presidential Candidate Martha Karua now says Kenya Kwanza Presidential Candidate William Ruto isn't fit to be president. Karua, who described Ruto as disrespectful in relation to the spat with President Uhuru Kenyatta, told Kenyans to reject him at the ballot. She urged residents of Narok and Nakuru counties not to entrust the country's leadership to individuals with questionable character.
Kama umesema ungepiga rais wa nchi kofi na mwananchi wa kawaida ungemfanyia nini? Hiyo hasira nyingi tuache. Ukiwa una hasira tukupatie nafasi, hasira irudi chini.
With Narok and Nakuru counties bordering each other, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leaders urged all communities to live in harmony in the build-up to the August polls, assuring that security agencies in the country will ensure that peace prevails before, during and after the general election.
Ndani ya siku 100 tutateremsha bei ya unga, tutateremsha bei ya maisha, petroli, ile mafuta ya taa mnatumia na kila kitu. Miaka 5 mmeishi pamoja, haiwezekani mwaka wa siasa peke yake mwanze kufurugana na watu waanze kumkumbusha kabila zenu. Hakuna kabila inakuwekea chakula kwa meza. Ni jasho la mikono yako na baraka za Mungu wako.
This as Deputy President William Ruto defended comments made in an audio clip attributed to him in which he purportedly forced President Uhuru Kenyatta to go for a repeat of the presidential election in the 2017 polls.
Hata hiyo vitu mnazungusha kwa maredio ati William Ruto ati sijui alisukuma Uhuru Kenyatta namna gani, kwani mlikuwa mnataka Uhuru Kenyatta awache kiti ambayo sisi tulikuwa tumeamukia saa 11 kwenda kumpigia awe rais. Tuache nyinyi watu ya kuzimia, wendeni kabisa. Sisi ndio tuliamuka asubuhi na mapema, komera derako kwenda kuchagua Uhuru Kenyatta. Nyinyi mungetaka mimi ni mruhusu Uhuru Kenyatta awache ile kiti sisi tulikuwa tumemtafutia, ati awache mtu ya kitendawili? Ya watu wakwende kabisa. Hata kama nilimlazimisha awe rais iko makosa. Nyinyi watu wa kuzimia, wacheni ujinga bwana.
To the corridors of justice in the High Court has suspended the gazettement of the Mombasa gubernatorial candidates in the August elections pending the hearing and determination of a suit filed by Mike Sonko. The three-judge bench also halted the ballot paper printing of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
Our case is very strong. That's why the judges have stopped the IBC from gazetting the names of the gubernatorial candidates and printing of ballot papers. We appreciate and we thank the judiciary in a very big way. Yeah, we shall follow the law. We shall respect our constitution. Now we have got a lot of confidence in the judiciary.
The Wiper Party was also prevented from nominating another candidate to replace Sonko in the race. This despite the court being told that Wiper Democratic Movement Party had already submitted the name of Ali Mbogo as the alternative names for the Mombasa gubernatorial post, even as the party's gubernatorial hopeful Mike Sonko filed their appeal. While presenting their responses on Sonko's appeal case, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission legal counsel Edwin Mukele revealed that Wiper Party on the 24th of June presented the names of Mbogo and Sonko as governor and deputy governor respectively. The Kalonzo Musyoka-led party is said to have presented the shuffled names of the duo 72 hours after the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee's decision to bar Sonko from vying for the seat on June 20th. Last week, Chief Justice Martha Koome named a three-judge bench comprising of S. Tinge, Olga Sewe and Anne Onginjo to hear the matter. Now, the 2022 presidential debate will be held on Tuesday, July 26th. The head of the debate secretariat, Clifford Machoka, in a statement noted that the presidential debate shall come a week after the deputy presidential debate, which will be held on Tuesday, July 19th. He added that this year, the secretariat shall also oversee a gubernatorial debate, which shall take place on Monday, July 11th. The gubernatorial debate shall proceed in 2 tiers, according to the statement. The first entailing candidates whose popularity ratings stand below 5%, and second would entail those whose popularity is above 5%. Now, with Kenya's counting 34 days to the general election, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party presidential candidate Raila Odinga is raising more issues with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission state of preparedness. Through his chief legal advisor, Paul Mwangi, Odinga raised issues with IEBC chair Philip Chebukati, questioning his silence on a series of letters he has written to him, pointing gaps in the process of preparing for the August 9th pause. This story will be coming in earnest in our next bulletin. This is Newswire. Dennis Oseto. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock this Tuesday, what is it looking like? Building up a little bit here and there on Mombasa Road, but nothing to worry about. It's heavy on Jogo Road going out towards the City Stadium roundabout and then out onto Landis and spilling over to Haile Selassie. We're going to see that traffic build up some. Also coming off Gong Road, it's also building up on Haile Selassie from the other side. Gong Road is not too bad right now. We're just seeing the dregs of traffic for now. It's also building up on the Thika Superhighway, just past that to Tali Drift, out towards the Pangani Underpass, and then onto Wangari Maathai Way. Coming off of Kiambu Road, we're likely to see some traffic doing the thing this morning. We'll just keep an eye on things. It's not too crazy just yet. Likely to tick towards 7:30, and we'll see more traffic building up. I know folks are using the expressway. We've seen 2 accidents in as many weeks, just at that one station. So, guys, we need to be extremely careful. Let's see what they'll do about that. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
It's
not
7
down.
minutes after 7 on the 7th month of the year. It's the 5th day of that month. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. We're glad that you tuned in. Happy Tuesday wherever you are. That accident at the expressway.
It's crazy because we're looking at that Mlolongo exit and an accident happened there just not even 2 weeks ago. Same spot. And it was really bad. Yes,
Similar
if you thought
fashion.
the one that happened 10 days ago was bad, we look at this one that happened just last night. Interestingly enough, at around the same time that the first one happened. So the question is, what on earth is going on here? And there's a call for having bumps as you approach the toll.
Kenyans and bumps as the solution to everything.
Exactly.
But what's the cause of this? I mean, why is it that a vehicle would come at such a high speed approaching?
I don't know.
Very big. This is one of the. This and the Westlands one are the biggest as well,
ones.
and the JKIA one. They are so well lit.
I don't
They're
know. As in, you
huge.
can't not see the thing, right?
You can see it from far.
Yeah. The first accident, it was said that the driver lost control and that the brakes had failed. That was the first explanation. So I'm not quite sure what this one is going to be, because look, it's not
This is
for
a
want of not
matatu.
seeing it. This was a matatu. It's not for want of not seeing it. But then again, the recklessness of this particular industry then comes into conversation as well. That's what a lot of folks has talked about.
Are there any accidents that have happened on the expressway where a car was moving at a steady pace of, say, 40 kilometers an hour, and suddenly
Found itself?
Yes, one of the ramps or something moved
Unfortunately,
and it hit
no.
it? No. They're all traveling at high speed.
Right, and then getting to the toll is then difficult for you to control your speed as you're getting to the exit.
Or it surprises you that it's actually there.
Mm.
And by
Yes.
that time, you know, Eric, this expressway,
You may think you have
it
control,
lends,
but you
it
really
lends
don't.
itself to speed.
True, but even when you're driving at 120, 140, now you want to tell me that matatu could have been going at a speed higher than 140 kph?
Actually, why don't you just get to 100 kilometers an hour?
So let's do 100 kilometers an hour.
Yes.
This is a matatu driver. Knows how to drive a matatu, presumably. All right.
Yes.
On any ordinary given day, they are trying to speed between, short hops here and there, speeding, driving, as we call it, recklessly. This particular one, you clearly know that this is the end of the road, the stretch of the road.
True. Perhaps what is puzzling is how that could happen. Matatus have turnboys. The matatus have people who help with the collection of the fares sometimes.
Sure.
And every once in a while, they also lend a hand and drive.
Yes.
Some of them are not very proficient drivers. What I'm saying is, these are muddy waters. We're not really sure.
We don't really know what happened.
There's
happened here.
something. There's something.
For this to happen for the second time in as many weeks at the same spot at almost the same hour. My goodness.
Wait.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Do I hear the two of you to be getting superstitious on this thing?
Of course, those are going to say that you've not paid homage to the people who owned the road before the expressway was built. But hey.
Or there's somebody who crosses the road every so often at that time, and when you see them, it's a little too late. Is that it?
Well, I'm just saying something needs to be looked into here.
Something needs to be checked.
Yeah.
I don't know what. 11 minutes past 7.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by
CT.
Okoh Fresh
Yes.
Gel.
If your mouth turns into a knife, it will cut your lips.
If your mouth turns into a knife, it'll cut your lips.
It's called self-inflicted injury. So, expand the thoughts on this particular matter, okay? Yes, and look at the harm you can do yourself if you do certain things. What would you need to do for your tongue or for your mouth to turn into a knife? I was thinking of more the tongue, because the tongue, then that is capable of doing all sorts of damage. But the tongue is nestled in the mouth, so.
This one is from?
Namibia. We're still in Namibia. One more day. Tomorrow, then us and Namibia.
Done. Okay.
Brush your teeth twice a day with
Okay,
Okoh Fresh
our
Fresh
guest
Gel,
is
the
in the
secret to
studio. He's the
long-lasting fresh
CEO
breath,
of the
strong
Media Council of
teeth, and
Kenya,
healthy gums.
David Omoyo. Good to have you on the show again.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
You are feeling warm, right?
Yes, yes.
Kahawa uko nayo, kila kitu, you're good.
Perfect.
Okay.
I should come more often.
You should be visiting us more often.
Yes.
You know, recently you launched a study where you were looking at how much coverage the various political campaigns and candidates are getting in our media houses. Yes? And you raised some issues and you said there are some things that we could do better as media houses. Just give us the highlights, first of all, of that particular study. When it was conducted, what it was looking for, and what it found.
Thank you. What we released at that time was a report covering the months of May and June. And it was largely, I would call it 99% quantitative. That means that for radio and TV, we stuck to time in seconds. And for newspapers, we measure it columns and centimeters. So we did not get into too many details. We said, let's release this for people to reflect about. And specifically, it's because we had received this latest complaint from one of the presidential contestants that we are not getting unfair coverage and all that. And so we said, before we interrogate the issues around each, let's have just throw the numbers and let people digest and move. And we are happy that we have seen conversations around those numbers and they are ongoing. So what we did there was just quantitative. But to report that we are always on the numbers, since then I think we have had 2 more reports. We're also getting one for this week and all that. We are now literally tracking certain media houses that we mapped 24/7. We are looking at time allocation, and then we look at tonality and the themes sometimes per day, sometimes per week and all that. Simply also being the constitutionally mandated body to get these figures, we think that it's in order that we have this data somewhere for any use and all that, because in the absence of us having that data, then people will throw words around and mandy figures and all that. So yes, apart from that, what we released, we had a little more data. I would like to report that we also went back to May and June 2021 and did a similar test to see that. And then we went to social media also, because, we call it mainstream media is owned and paid for and all that. We went to social media, which is a self-driven platform. We got the figures. So really we have, basically there's a lot of data going around, because also by the nature of our media field. So we have a lot of data. We see what can be released, what shouldn't be released. We see what can help promote conversations and all that. We have a research that came out on Saturday also, where now we asked journalists what is their opinion about the different candidates, who are they comfortable working with and who they are not, and perhaps we'll release it later this week. So in summary, we try to get as much data as possible, so that when these questions come, because we are in an era of fake news and everybody is an expert in everything, we try to say from where we sit, we have this data that
this is
we
what
can
we
stand.
see.
Yes.
Right. On the initial release, David, some of the numbers that you gave was after there was the cry out that candidates specifically were complaining about, unfair coverage or not as much, not being in the limelight. From this, it was that Raila Odinga received 61% coverage, 38% was accorded to William Ruto. Wajakoya got 0.54%, so 0.54%. And then it was said that you looked across newspapers, radio, TV stations. And if we're looking at running mates, Karua got 78.8%, 20.99 went to Gachagua. And then Justina, who is Wajakoya's running mate, got 0.22%. How exactly did you come up with this information? Was it monitoring of media over a period of time? Or how exactly then do we get this info?
We monitor over a period of time, and we use AI software analytic, like how many times did you mention Raila Odinga in this period? So you just feed, we have software, you just feed it, give it time. It just needs, sometimes it needs an overnight time to tell you and then highlight for you and all that. So yes, we have technology that we can stand for and say we believe in our technology, because we say, I want to know newspapers, what they did, they will. It takes a bit of time depending on the time duration, and then you can see newspaper this and this and this and all that. What we have not gotten very well, we are working around, is sometimes the tonality. The reports that have come there after we looked at the tonality and the theme and all that. But if you're just looking at the data, how many times this was made, how many stories, you just put the system under. That's what it does. It's really a system for that, anytime mentioned and all that.
So you look at keywords. Raila Odinga, William Ruto, George Ojakoya, Waihiga, Mwaura.
Yes. I have to add that we have a team of 72 full-time media analysts across the country. And they have the software. So it's really a factor of people check, then we have an immediate layer of checking, then eventually by the time it lands here for us to release, it's going to do up to 3 or 4 layers. And then mostly we do also check peer review. We have academics and other people. We say, we have this data, just verify for us and all that. So I could say that the research is what we can stand for. We have very well-trained guys. They are now on the job for more than 2.5 years. You put in the machine AI, and then people listen. Especially when we have specific cases, we listen physically, and then we verify and all that.
And it's across media, or are we saying every single media outlet in this country then was subjected to this monitoring, or are there specific ones? And if specific ones, why? those specific ones?
Yes, it's not across all media. It's actually not possible to monitor all media. I had last 2 months ago, we were scrambling to get a courier media analyst because a courier station had been opened. Then about a month ago, we needed a Burji analyst because we received a complaint in Burji and all that. So it's really, we are not able to monitor everything because you see, again, it is even the Google Analytics and AI, they are stuck around languages, English, Swahili, and all that. But we selected the list of media houses based on general popularity ratings and all that. I can say, for example, here we had your Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, KTN News, Standard, and all that, The Nation, and all. We really looked at from the State of Media survey in November, where we have a rough idea about the rating. So we picked the very best, say 11 radios, 11 TVs, and all that. You know, we have 190 TVs here.
Yes.
Some of them are on air for 1 hour or two. The radios are the same. Sometimes we eat up to 200, but mostly we have 140, 160 that are on air most of the times. So we had to carefully select and all that. But not that after the main one, then we sometimes do very targeted. Regionally, we want to go to the coast, we do the targeted and all that. But for national consumption, we sampled what we call the most popular media houses, newspapers, TV. Like I think we basically did all 11 national newspaper because I think the last one was the China Daily, which is also a regularly published paper here. And then we picked the TVs, and then we picked the radios. So yes, not exhaustive, but a sampling of them all.
So we can comfortably say, I mean, even as you look at this, anybody wants to, poke holes in it, can comfortably say, David, that, look, for what is being broadcast, printed, on a daily basis over these 2 months, May and June, that these numbers then that had been released are numbers then that people can be sure of. That when you say this is a 78% or this is a 61%, because of the manner in which this was done, then we can be sure that these numbers then are a true reflection of the situation.
Yes, the media council stands by the figures, the quantitative figures. We stand by them, we believe. And it's a methodology. Always when we release a report, we tell people you can access the raw data. It's a methodology you can give anyone who wants to peer review and requery again. It is, we have not put our attitude or biases in it. We say we query this and this. So the numbers we release, we stand by them. And anybody willing to take the numbers and requery them and all that, we do. And I think that's a standard thing we do with all our researches that we release, that our data, raw data is available. If anybody wants to sit and interrogate it and query and all that. So if you queried something else, for example, you may get a slight change here and there. But the data is a percentage allocated to this and this and this person. We stand by that. We have additional, if someone says, give us any other report that you have, what you did last week, what you did this week, we have all that available. And it's a methodology you can get people. Check this, and whoever you are, you want to be academic, you want to come together, check that, yes.
I want to ask a question that may appear to be obvious because it is obvious. But if one then were to ask, fine, you have given us the information, we have consumed it, but why is it important?
Quite interesting. Sometimes when you sit in the newsroom where I've spent a bit of time, sometimes you forget and run, all right? Sometimes you forget and run. It's a story, you are on it, and you're on this bit and all that. Until someone tells you, but as you were running, you stepped on something there. And so what we try to do is be a mirror for the media. Guys, okay, as you do this, and a leading politician has made a claim, isn't it? Look at this and reflect about it. You will be surprised that after we release that initial reports, because we have the other weekly reports have been, so I think the last week's report, which I have here, the numbers are almost equal. So I want to state that for sure, I think it's very normal for this to get, it's a boogie train, you just move and move the next story, because I've seen the way newsrooms allocate people. You have someone on Baila's beat, Ruto's beat and all that. They get the story, sometimes the story arrives faster and all that, because I've also had conversations with the editors and all that. People move until someone tells you, guys, I mean, it's like even what I do, until someone tells me, did you notice that you did not? Then you say, okay.
It's actually true.
Yeah, so I wouldn't read say malice or lack of professionalism. It's about the pace of the newsroom and how people just move. Unless someone tells you, guys, check this, you have had these headlines on this person alone for a very long time, then you realize, okay, yes, maybe I should think about it. So I would say, and that's the purpose of these conversations, that sometimes you can forget to because you say, we had this headline and these were the sales, or these were the numbers we had. You forget and keep on and on and
You
on.
forget the impact that is having
Yes.
on the overall coverage that you should be giving.
Yes.
The question, though, I want to come back to that, is when your AI and your teams are looking at the coverage that, say, Raila or Ruto receive, is it the mention of the name Raila, or is it a story about Raila? Because it could be a mention of the name Raila. It could have been, Ruto himself talking and mentioning Raila, and then Raila then gets mentioned in a Ruto story.
The truth is that they are very interesting dynamics. Mostly it is not just the mention, it's a story about. Mention is not just that. It's a story about. And a few times, because we have, we, even as we keep on refining, we started now sometimes looking at the tonalities. Now, because that apart from the normal mentions and all that, you say, for example, I want to say about the sentiments.
Okay.
So now we have moved a bit to sentiments. You say that we had what people think the High Court dismissed a case filed by Okoh Court. Raila has asked KRA to stop pushing to be the Kirochi and all that. So now we're getting into a little more what were the stories about and all that. Then you say what was the matters of Ruto, he unveiled his education charter. Then he met people with disabilities. Then he has promised to revive Mumia Sugar Company. So there's a little more info to it, especially having refined. But what we did, the very initial one was, guys, these allegations have been made, just get this. But now when you move further, you will see, okay, there is, and so we have a little positive and the tonalities and all that. So it's not really that we don't just look for a name. No, there's a little more, the story which was covered out many times and all that. Wajakoya's, of course, there's something here. Then we have the running mate publicity. So it's a little, if you saw it, because what we release then again is a little more synthesized. If you saw the raw data that we get, it has a little, hizi stories zilikuwa ngapi? We have 18 stories.
It goes deeper into.
Yes. There are 18 stories. Which ones were they? Okay. Which ones were neutral? Which ones were positive? So we have a little more of that. Then we try, of course, not to overload, of course, the brains and all that. But there is also, as I said earlier, it's good that the Media Council has data on what the media does. Yes, I mean, for complaints that come or people's attitudes, or in case people move around and we are very notorious Kenyans and start releasing data and accusing media of stuff like that and say, no, from where we sit, that is right or wrong. Otherwise, if we do not have it, then any pedestrian shouting about what the media has done is taken as the truth.
Sure. So what does it mean? Or what should it mean? When you look at these numbers and then those numbers are released either for media to consume and say, okay, so this is actually what we did. Putting it into then the public domain, David, we cannot run away then from what happens. And then there are different labels that come as a result of this information, which again is inevitable in some cases, that then media then takes the accusation of being biased in some cases. Is this the intent of releasing this information?
Not really. I will tell you some very interesting facts that we noted this media, because then there's a bit of internal discussion about this. Because we even interrogate further ownership and editorial design of some media houses. And we found that media houses either owned by William Ruto and associates or very close guys who are giving Raila more coverage than him, than UDA itself. So, I mean, there's a little more, say, how to ampendi and all that. Then if I know, but this media house is owned by this.
He should have a greater influence.
Yes. So it's very interesting, really. I think then you find that people tell you, maybe Raila is the newsmaker and all that, because we expected, easy, let's call it Zaki associated with him, should favor him. And then you surprisingly find that, no, it is not the truth. Then you find others, you could go the other, flip the coin and find, say, KBC, giving him a lot of coverage, more than Raila. So really, the numbers are quite interesting, really. As I said, is about there are little more factors which because they are now, when you go into qualitative analysis and all that, that's why we want to subject this and a little more data we have to some peer reviews. We also really measured assesses. You talk what you can stand by. This is zingine wacha experts were pitia kidogo. But it's very interesting. There is a little more that is very interesting in it. Yes.
You know, one of the things that I find particularly interesting, because I work in what I am told is called the media space, yes, is that there is so much information.
Yes.
And the interpretations of that information are almost as varied as the information itself. How does one decipher what it is that is actually being communicated? Because I'm asking this because you gave the example. Somebody who is a politician happens to have an interest in a media outlet, okay? And you would assume that they would support this person. And yet, maybe because of the fierce independence that journalists tend to have, they will simply report things as they see it. Now, how much influence does this information that we keep churning out, how much does it influence the consumers? Do you also look into this? Because if you're talking about the information, the volumes of it, the metric tonnage of it, what about the influence? Do we also look at this?
Yes, the purpose of the annual State of the Media Survey we do, which is a requirement of law, is the people's perception of the media. What percentage of Kenyans trust the media? And the last one we did, I think we had 24% absolute trust and about 52% fair trust. The whole idea is that so up to 78% of Kenyans trust the media, because it is when you ask whether people, whether this information from the media has an influence, is about do people trust the media? We are doing a new survey, I think next week. I know that's one of the reasons why we need to do. We said because of elections also, and there's a lot of information. We want to see, do people still believe media or social media and all that? Also the popularity ratings, we do that. So I think Kenyans trust the media. The media wako mahali pale juu, media and religious leaders. They Kenyans trust them. Of course, about our decisions are made and all that is different. But sometimes must also see that what you do, like what you do here, is now initiating conversations. You put some information, then of course it quickly gets cropped. Sometimes in a fake news kidogo, but then it takes alive on social media, gets alive on WhatsApp groups and all that. So principally, yes, what the media does, that agenda setting is important. It triggers conversations to go. So as at the last survey in November, Kenyans still trust media highly, and we will know in 2 weeks what Kenyans think about media, newspaper, TV, radio, WhatsApps and all that.
There's a tail to what I have asked. I'm sure we're going on a break. Yeah. Can I ask the question now? Should I wait for the break?
Just wait for the break.
All right, fine.
And as we go for the break, now that you are in the media space, the Communications Authority has done a lot for us to be broadcasting this morning.
Yes, they have. Actually, without the licensure and the oversight that the Communication Authority provides, this very thing that we take for granted wouldn't be what it is, and we wouldn't even be where we are. But it doesn't just begin and end with media outlets and media houses. It goes to the everyday consumption that we have of communication in whatever way and with whatever gadgetry that we prefer. All that, one may not know it, is actually made possible by the Communication Authority. But when you are in broadcasting like we are, we then have an additional addendum to it: responsibility.
Right.
Responsibility for the content, responsibility for the way we actually go about purveying what we have available to us, and we have to provide it in a manner that is useful and something that can be consumed responsibly.
And fair coverage, which is what we're discussing with the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo. Also remember, you can actually access content even offline using Pocket by Mozilla.
Yep, yes, you can. So what it does is that it allows you, so you've seen many tabs open at the same time. You're on the internet, you are checking one thing, reading an article, listening to something else. Pocket by Mozilla allows you to put it in your pocket, really, and then have an opportunity to listen to this information, read this information later on. So it's all your information really on the go, and you have a chance to refer back to something because it goes ahead and stores it for you in the manner in which you opened it up. So who wouldn't want that? All your information on the go for you to refer to later. It's a great thing.
27 minutes to 8. Time for a break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza.
Mi siwezi ishi bila simu. Lazima niwe available kila saa, offline na online. Lakini sikuwezi pita bila kupata hizo text za mara nimeshinda pesa, mara nimetumiwa pesa nafaa kurudisha. Tabia kama hizi zinaweza isha. Watu wakiregister SIM card zao kama mimi, na ni rahisi sana.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, licenses and regulates mobile operators so you can enjoy safe, quality services at fair prices. Register your SIM card by the 15th of October.
All right, looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 11. It's 16 and cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 25 and lows of 14. 12 will be the low in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 14, going to highs of 22. 22 will also be the high recorded in a sunny Eldoret, currently at 13. And we're looking at rain continuing at 22 in Mombasa, highs of 27. 27 will also be the high in a rainy Malindi at 25. It's 17 degrees and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 27, and mostly highs of 26 in Kakamega, where it's partly sunny at 17. All right, taking a look then into Kampala, it's sunny at 19, highs of 27 and lows of 15. And Dar es Salaam is raining at 21, highs of 28 and lows of 21 today. 8 degrees and mostly clear in Johannesburg, highs of 18. We'll see highs of 28 in a rainy Lagos at 25. And it's 18 degrees and cloudy in Kinshasa. It'll go to highs today of 30.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, talk on traffic hour is what we're looking at right now. Has begun in Maradima, really heavy traffic outbound. We're looking at on the expressway, that exit, as folks are getting off trying to run away from the traffic that is there. So that exit at General Motors is closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open. Who knows? You might want to remember that you can't use that just for now. Use Enterprise Road to get off of Mombasa Road if you're getting into the city. Jogo Road has already started to pack up, as has Lunga. Langata Road, I mean, it's there and then it's not. And then now it is. And it's really crazy as you get towards the interchange onto Uhuru Highway and then into the city is really slow today. The CBD taking a big hit already. The thicker superhighway, my goodness, you close your eyes and open them and boom, traffic. Epic proportions, as is on Kiambu Road this morning. All right, wits about folks. Knock on wood. Hopefully doesn't get into anything sticky. Let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 23 minutes to 8. Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga, and our guest, David Moyo, the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya. We are talking about promoting fair coverage for all candidates in this campaign period. CT, you had a question.
This is what happens when you go into a break. You forget what you wanted to ask. Anyway, no. No, what I wanted to ask was this. You see, every time I look at what we present, more so in print, the question that comes to my mind is this. Yes, there is some influence, but how much is it? Is what was presented in the media, is it something that can tilt a certain position that people have taken? Or is it just consumed and then people just go about their merry business and the influence is minimal?
Well, same question you asked earlier. You just interchange the words.
Yes, it is.
And I say that you need to look at the psychology of media effects. You ask caller, media effects is about whether it's immediate, people follow and all that.
Yes.
I would say principally in our context is the ability of the media to set the agenda and trigger conversations. Because then you will notice that in church or in the mosque when the preachers are saying something, they say, you saw in the media. The politicians say, I have seen the people of the newspapers, or they say, you have seen the TV doing this and this. So that ability of principally the media to set the agenda and narrow down what conversations will be is what I would say has a bigger impact. Without dismissing that there are people who will see in the media and it goes through. I know of a few, especially a few vernacular media houses, special radio stations or religious owned, where what they say is what people follow. We had it in our radio, or the bishop said on radio and all that. So I think it's in the broadest sense of the media impact and the trust, but largely is about the ability of the headline of the newspaper to set the agenda for the next 1.5 days or 2 days or whatever. Like, you must have seen a headline, a Sunday headline going on to 2-3 days later being followed.
It's in the news this morning.
Yes. So it's not an edict. The media cannot issue an edict and people follow. But the agenda setting role, and then people now go break down, see what they mean and all that. Is what will be high, and it's still extremely high. That's why people are up, and the first thing they do is switch on either the TV or quickly go to Twitter and Facebook in the morning and see what is happening. So the results. Yeah.
What's the expectation, David, when you look at fair coverage? What does fair coverage mean? Does it mean that we have 4 candidates, so we have 25% for each, or does it mean that you have 4 candidates, at least each one of them should get some coverage, even if it's 0.05%?
I think principally, nobody is looking for equality in coverage. It is never the same. If someone has 25 rallies in a week and another has 1, you cannot wake up and say he did not have a rallies in the name of equality and all that. So it's foolhardy to say that we expect equal distribution and all that. But some equity, a sense of balance. It is impossible because media will cover events. You must go out and have an event, or if you are big enough, you issue a statement. If you are fairly small, you can issue statements, but we will not remember about that. So if you have not had an activity, like 1 or 2 candidates haven't, and you have not issued any statement, you cannot then come out and demand that you haven't been covered. So ideally, it's equity, really, about a proportionality of what you've done and how newsworthy it is and all that. But we have to stress that at any one time, an editor has so much coming in, they have to sieve what is newsworthy. And remember, the editors sit in a position of public trust. We expect them, they get 100 stories, they will pick the best 10 of the day. And there's no formula, there's no mathematical formula, like we can say, when I say the number of times this person is mentioned and all that. They have to quickly go through balance, the objectivity, the number of people, the impact and all that. It's really a lot going on in their heads at any one time. So I think it's just general equity. And that's why when you look at some of the reports we release, they should be looked at from that objective. That while you are doing this, someone was watching and they have something to say, so that then you reflect and say, so maybe yes and all that. It isn't an absolute condemnation. And we have not, while media has public trust, you have not asked anybody to stand by the road and shout epitaphs at editors and say and all that. It's really that, and also important that we have from time to time our own internal reviews, at times to reflect about what you did.
It's an opportunity to explain oneself. However, let's look at this. When the Azimio presidential candidate was launching his manifesto, it was covered, right? Live coverage, following the top of the news on TV, on radio, headlines in the papers. Similar thing to the Kenya Kwanza candidate. Wahiga Mwaura launched his manifesto yesterday. He gets a strip. Now, does Wahiga Mwaura have probable cause to complain and say, look, I had an event, I invited the media ahead of time, I told you what I'm doing a similar thing to what Raila and Ruto and Wajakoya did. I'm launching my manifesto. Why am I getting this kind of less coverage?
Everybody has a right to complain. So you can't accuse someone for complaining. But then you must also interrogate the media. Why did they think that maybe Raila Odinga and William Ruto deserve more time than Wahiga Mwaura? And they will give you solid reasons. They will tell you, look here, these guys, they are floating MPs in 200 constituencies each. Who you work on Wawili, for example. This one has 800 MCAs candidate who you work on Asaba. So it's the whole idea of impact and the numbers and all that. So I mean, if you did quantitative media, will tell you, well, this was a candidate, but we have looked how many people, how many governors they are floating and all that. That's why I say that at any one time, the editor is juggling really things, and they have to, suddenly decide that they think this is more popular than that. But at least the point is that I saw breaking news when he released his news. I saw a bit of that in the evening, and I think it's fair. Because, as I said, that we all know the same. We are not going to say whether we have horses or donkeys and anything, but the numbers alone. Remember, we can stick to quantitatives alone. The numbers definitely will tell you that William Ruto has more numbers than Wahiga by virtue of candidates in constituencies, governors or senators and all that.
He's a deputy president as well.
Remember, you must also try to stick to facts. That's why we stick about numbers. Not we cannot say Wahige or Ruto is loved by than Wahige more and all that. No, we have no capacity to do that until the ballot. But we can say Ruto has more candidates. He has had almost 25 rallies in the past 10 days, and this guy has had one. So those are all realities that you cannot run away from. So that the editor did not just wake up and say, give this person more airtime than this. There are certain other factors that you're going through.
So for the public, I mean, because obviously that's the audience in a lot of this, right? They will, a lot of times we see that this then translates to bias. I mean, just giving the example that you did, 100 stories coming into the editor's desk, and they pick 10 because they know, look, this is our capacity for 10, and in terms of importance, this is what we're going to float. Where then would bias then come into this? Or can you really say, if I'm making an editorial decision about what stories to share, will there be space for then bias to creep in?
I think, it's very hard to scientifically measure bias.
It's like intent.
You cannot really, quantify and lock it in places and all that. But then if you pick 10 stories and one person was 7 and another, or you gave one person 4 stories and one person 0, where they had 100, then you could say, okay, you would think it is. So remember, we say it's bias, or as intent, as you said, it's not exactly easy to measure. And bias, you could say it's bias according to who? Because you've seen people complain, and then I say, no, you're complaining too much, get something else done and all that. So remember, it's the very polarizing nature of how we do our politics on many matters is one of the issues we need to face. But most important is that the ability of immediate feedback. It's a very tricky situation nowadays, not just to the media, but nowadays if you don't like some preacher's thing, people immediately go to social media and tell them that preacher should shut up. And Kenyans are on record as having bullied the president out of social media. So that ability of everyone to come in and shout is it's feedback, whichever way, is a factor. You have had conversations a few weeks ago. I saw a few lawyers saying that you must, before you argue with me on social media, you must table your certificates. We don't want to keep for you. I am here, I am trying to discuss science and data, and you are somewhere and you think you want to argue with me and ask me to shut up. Happens a lot. A few times I do something and some young people come there and they throw serious words at me. Then next morning they come and tell me, please, we need a job. I don't know, we've discussed that. So a lot of that happens really. So there is also this ability for people to provide feedback. Not that it's illegal, but there should be a process of understand matters before you react to them. We have too many people who react long before they understand. I want to note something important about the data and the figures. One of the things we spoke about is I will put responsibility on editors who receive stories to run them, isn't it? But if, for example, say William Ruto is in Kamukunji and KTN pulls off Cartoon Network and puts him there for 1 hour as he addresses a rally, you cannot say that is unbalanced, because it is. We can discuss balance where it is the news articles and all that. But sometimes you could get a lot of airtime, which is not news and it's not the editor's business, So there are all those nuances and other factors that you may forget unless you look at it critically. That's why I told you we prefer to stick to the quantitatives. When it's qualitatives, we are very measured because the intent and all that is a very scientifically tricky thing to measure. So there are all those factors that, yes, this guy had a lot of time, but it was a Mexican soap which was pulled off air because he was inspecting some road. It is not news that went about this person alone. So it's
It's a tricky balance.
Yes.
When the audience is consuming, and then the politician, of course, will come out and complain, or the politician will say, a certain media house seems to be favoring that other side, our opponents.
Yes.
Then the audience is also conditioned by the same politician to actually start viewing this media house in a certain way. How do you deal with that as a media council?
What you have seen as issue, I think, two statements. We had one was, I think, Osoro, some guy, and another. Because the point is, a politician has a right to criticize a media house. It is within their right. What we are usually afraid of is what their supporters will perceive that to mean. Like, for example, we could say, I don't like the headline in this paper today. That's okay. But maybe my supporters wamesikia, ukiona watu wa magazeti piga hawa.
Yeah.
And that's what we are usually we've issued several cautions telling the politicians, you have a right to criticize what you don't want. Please be aware that how your people perceive your criticism is very, and it gets very tricky. We have had people, a few politicians, I won't name them here, but we have made public statements. I think it was Oscar Sudi and Silvana Sosoro. We should statement about that, well, you have a right to say how you put it, and the context can really endanger the life of a journalist out there. Yeah. And always, the truth of the matter is that every politician wants favorable coverage. And every politician does not like to be asked questions that are not very simple.
Yep.
And if you insist on the questions, they will get very angry and say you have been sent and all that. And
you're a mole.
It is not wrong it's not wrong for a politician to express his disappointment around that. But we think that it should be very measured. Otherwise, we get into occasions where the supporters think, ukiona hiyo watu weka one of those things. Yes. And it's very tricky. So it's really a very delicate balancing so that we don't gag the politicians so they lose their right to expression, especially to express their disappointment. But again, we don't allow them to carelessly speak, especially when they are next supporters who think that if you don't, politician doesn't like you, it means that you should not come near here. It's a very tricky situation. And
but is it wrong, ethically or morally, for a media house to actually have a known bias?
Yes, the Code of Conduct for the Practice of Journalism says that the media must always strive to be balanced and provide fair coverage. Balanced, no bias, and provide fair coverage.
Let me explain what I mean. Maybe not so much in this country, but in the West, media houses have clear biases. Some have a conservative leaning, some have a labor leaning, some have a democratic leaning, meaning the leaning is clear. Some have a liberal leaning. That's how they look at things. And it is acceptable, meaning they represent a perspective. This is what I'm really asking.
Yes, it's a very tricky situation. I know that you are taking the context of American politics and media.
Yes,
for example,
I am, and the West as well as in Europe as well.
Well, not much. I know maybe a little France, not much in Britain. In the US, the media will endorse a candidate. We endorse this candidate for this and that election, or we endorse this. And it's like international media, it's known that CNN is pro-Democrats, and then where Fox News is Republican and all that. And we had a very good history where we had a president who would walk around and say, and CNN is fake news and all that, isn't it? The context is in that level of a country, people don't perceive that to mean attack these guys. It means that I do not like you guys. You can go away, isn't it?
Yep.
And so in our context, the law, the Code of Conduct says we should strive to be balanced and provide fair coverage and all that, okay? You let the people decide themselves. That is in the context of where we are. And I've seen a lot of that, I think, largely Britain. I've seen in France, a bit of Italy, and the US, I've seen them declare a position, and a country or two in Latin America. So for us, it's that. Remember also, we have layers of media literacy. We learn so that people can perceive about what the media says and how you perceive that and all that. In our context is that, the law does not support that. Number two, Open bias means we have had experiences here where one newspaper company could not sell their newspapers beyond certain parts of the country before that it gets there, and then we have even sometimes the ratings go down, and we've seen a few attacks. So we try to guard against that, but still allow conversations, allow feedback from audiences. That's why we have public editors. You say talk to us on social media and all that, but make sure it's well curated, because even normal conversations, you go on social media and you see people coming up and throwing very, very unsavory, punches at.
But David,
yes.
It's okay for a media house that wants to be balanced,
Yes.
and then we protect it from anybody else who will try to claim that it's not balanced.
Yes.
But I don't see what's wrong with a media house deciding to take a certain side. If a media house itself comes out and openly declares that we support or we endorse this kind of leaning or this specific candidate or this specific movement politically, what would be wrong with that? I know there's a code of conduct, but why can't we open up that code of conduct and discuss what would be wrong with that?
Contextually, for as long as I heard you speak a lot about the Communication Authority and all that, isn't it? For as long as you are utilizing public resources, the frequency, the license, and the trust, and the protection, because media is very well protected in law, then you are supposed to be balanced and provide fair coverage and all that. In your other private things, like your WhatsApp groups and all that, you can do that. But as long as you're operating in public space, it's a public resource to be here. It's good that to mention that then you should not be discriminated, because if you are clearly supporting one side, what are you doing to the other side? You're already discriminating them.
Yep.
And it's against the Constitution, because then the media for the state, you enjoy, you enjoy something like constitutional protection. You're supposed to be a public, it's like a public servant saying, we support this side, and you are being paid by the public money and Kenyans and all that, isn't it? What have you done to the people who do not support your side? So that's the whole idea about, so it's not about, you quietly, kura yako siri yako, go and make a vote, and if you can influence a few people at home in the evening, talk to them. But as long as you come to this space, which is public, which is entrusted, supposed to be for the benefit of all Kenyans, you can't. Just like I said, that if you're a public officer, you can't therefore endorse a side, because you are sitting in an institution of trust, and you're supposed to operate in such a way that either side can trust you, or they can look up to you to do your job. That does not mean that you have no right to go out and vote or to whisper to a person, but you cannot use public resource to do that. Just like a religious leader. Support whoever you want, but you have people in your congregation who do not support that person, isn't it? Why do you want them to feel, left out? So it's really about balance and public trust bestowed upon the media. That now therefore stops. So there are privileges you lose, there are rights and privileges you lose by virtue of space you occupy. Yes, that I have very strong opinions about certain anatomies of animals and getting land down in Isiolo and stuff like that, but I can't sit here in my capacity and endorse that, but I could walk around and
talk about that.
What would be recommendations, David, even as we go back and look at some of these numbers then that you released? How, and even if there are recommendations really, or is it just, putting this information out there and then seeing what you would do with it? Because then how do I circle back on something that I did not even know was the case? Are you saying, well, okay, balance it out, guys? Are you saying do a little bit better? Are you saying this is just for your information, for you to know what your outlook is?
I will give it two broad replies. And I give an example of the judiciary. A High Court judge issues a statement, issues a ruling, it's 100 pages. A Court of Appeal judge sits down and explains in 100 pages why that 100 pages was wrong. And he does the opposite, isn't it? But they retain the dignity of each other. Nobody attacks the other and all that. So I will look at this in the context of peer review. Guys, there's so much noise about us out there, isn't it? Can we look at ourselves? It's like even religious leaders. A few people have done so. From time to time, a religious leader says, "Oh, guys, there's so much being said about us, isn't it? I think we have lost one or two." Peer review is critical. Like that, we do that on Mondays through the Media Observer and all that, where we say, "Guys, look here. This is what happened last week in the media." We think it's like the public editor's matter. So the recommendation is let these conversations begin, because if we come here because we are trusted, do what we want and go, it's about accountability, media and accountability. Can we also get to hear a bit what we have done? Somebody has accused us. Do we simply say we are not don't talk to the media, leave us to do whatever we want. No, it's around, you have said it, let's check, isn't it? Then you say, guys, these guys have said this. Do you want to talk about it? And I said, I have to comment that after our report, I have seen honest, no, literally last week, we literally have, okay, there's definitely 2 candidates and 2 candidates, but the 2 top candidates are almost neck to neck on coverage across media, and then the others also, they are almost also
they're also neck to neck
across
below the top 2.
Yes, but yeah, so I think it's and it's good that it's real peer review, because the same formula. You have 1 week, then you discuss about it. 1 week later, you can see that people listened and something is happening. Sure. Isn't that what it means to be accountable?
I would say.
It is. Yes. It is. I'm sure you must be very happy with yourself after that.
Well, not much happy.
It shows. I mean, there's impact to what you're doing.
Yes. Okay, the point is that we are glad that when you speak, the person you speak to may not say, I am listening, but they heard. You know, they talk to a wall and say, you have not talked to me, but I know you have heard. Yeah. So nobody says, good job, but I know the people we're talking to have heard. And we can see it because we are now... Also because of the season, we are on it 24/7. We have an initial report every day by 8 a.m. of what happened the day before, and then weekly, and then monthly. It looks satisfying that we are also listening to the ground, whatever the ground means in this context.
There are people who will tell you, good job, David.
Thank you. But really, it is...
I didn't say.
It's the best. It's the best we can do. It's the best we can do.
Karibu san.
Asante.
David Okoh is the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya. Keep it here for more conversations. As we are talking about fair coverage of elections and all, let's also remember about fair treatment of one another during this campaign period. Elections bila norma. You do not want to start thinking of violence of any kind towards one another as we head towards an election. It's an election. We choose our leaders. We move on together as one country. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsround Dennis Center. Kenya Kwanza leaders are defending the presidential flag bearer of allegations that he wanted to slap President Uhuru Kenyatta back in 2017. The leaders, led by running mate Rigathi Gachagua, say that as Jubilee leaders, they sent Deputy President William Ruto to the president to convince him to stay put and secure their win.
Saa ile Maraga ameleta kisirani, tukapata habari ya kwamba anataka kuondokea. Kama viongozi ya Jubilee tukaungana, tukaenda kwa huyu William Ruto, tukamwambia uende ukadie Uhuru Kenyatta, usukume yeye asiwache kiti yetu. Kwa hivyo kama iko makosa imefanyika ya kumsukuma Uhuru Kenyatta asiondokee kiti, makosa hiyo si ya William Ruto, ni sisi viongozi ya Jubilee wale tulikuweko, tulienda tukamwambia asituachie kiti.
This as Ruto insists that in fact he should have opposed the handshake he now says was a bad move because through it the Jubilee government's Big Four agenda was lost.
Ni kweli ama si kweli? Hata mimi naona nilifanya makosa. Wakati hii Uhuru Kenyatta, wakati alianza kuleta mtu ya kitendawili, mimi ningekataa hiyo maneno. Kwa sababu hatungekuwa na hii hasara tuko naye. Big Four haingeanguka. Hatungekuwa tunanunua unga shilingi 230 na bei ya fertilizer haingenielewa. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Siku ile niliwachia Uhuru Kenyatta aendelee na huyu mtu ya kitendawili. Si tulipata hasara? Si barabara zetu hapa Meru zimekwama? Si bei ya unga imefika shilingi 200 na kitu? Si fertilizer ndio ile imefika 650?
Kithure Kindiki reveals that President Kenyatta had signed documents transferring power to someone else, an illegality he says would not have been allowed.
When it was said that the country will face sanctions against the international community, President Uhuru Kenyatta went and signed illegally, without consulting us, an agreement to transfer power and to transfer his candidature to another candidate. Mimi na hii timu unaona hapa tukiongozwa na William Ruto ndio tulienda kwa nyumba yake tukamwambia uwezi badilisha kura ya mwananchi na kupatiana kiti. You must be on the ballot and I am the one. Mimi mwenyewe ndio nilirarua. I am the one. I am the one. Mimi ndio nilirarua ile agreement Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa ameandika chini ya kitanda ya kupeana kiti ya urais kwa mtu mwingine.
With Kenyans counting 34 days to the general election, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party presidential candidate Raila Odinga is raising more issues with the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission State of Preparedness through his chief legal advisor Paul Mwangi. Odinga raised issues with IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati, questioning his silence on a series of letters he has written to him, pointing gaps in the process of preparing for the August 9 polls. Key among them is the sticky issue of a complementary mechanism for the identification of voters. Odinga is seeking assurances from Chebukati that physical voter registration will be available in all the 46,232 polling stations, citing the High Court order issued on the 24th of June, staying Chebukati's administrative directive barring the use of manual registers as an alternative mechanism of voter identification. And UDA Nairobi Gubernatorial candidate Johnson Sakaja will know his fate Friday when the court makes a ruling on the dispute surrounding his academic qualifications. In his submission, Sakaja dismissed the petitioner as a hired distractor out to derail his ambition. Sakaja has asked the court not to admit as evidence the latest letter by the Commission for University Education to IEBC revoking recognition of Sakaja's degree certificate. Last week, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission dismissed the decision by the Commission for University Education to revoke the recognition of Sakaja's university degree certificate through its chair, cancelled recognition of Sakaja's degree certificate from Uganda's Team University, claiming by the time the Senate obtained the degree, the university was not offering the course externally beyond its borders. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta is assured of the government's commitment to providing a conducive environment for investment, saying significant strides have already been made towards making the country a dynamic and vibrant economy in East and Central Africa. The president pointed out that the government's focus on key reforms across the business and financial services spectrum has boosted the country's position as an international financial services hub. In a statement during official launch of the Nairobi International Financial Center, President Kenyatta expressed satisfaction that the center has been designed as an efficient and predictable business environment to give more confidence to the large pools of global capital that have been watching Kenya's progress but not yet taken the decision to invest. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya. Opening your world.
102.5 Spice FM. Kisumu.
Outbound traffic on Mombasa Road today really causing a problem, especially around Maradime. I'm not quite sure what's causing that. Well, here's a bit of an idea. That turn-off from General Motors, that has been closed off yet again. Until that is finished, you're not going to use that exit. You have to go round and then use, come up from Cabanas and then use that to exit into the CBD, or think about the Enterprise option. So that's what you ought to think about. The Southern Bypass is looking pretty good today. There's an option for you to use. Let's look at what's going on Outer Ring. Smooth and clear all the way through and through. Jogo Road started early. That continues. Landis Road now has built up. And we're looking at the Kamkunji roundabout out onto Haile Selassie as pretty busy. On the Thika Superhighway, traffic is coming all the way through from the Outer Ring Junction. Not too bad on Kiambu Road this morning, but we're going to keep an eye on that because we know that it's going to build up in a short while. Coming out of Westlands, not too bad. James Gishero behaving really well today. Waiaki, a bit of a problem here and there. You can use the Red Hill Link Road out through Kuna and then into Lower Kabete into the city. There's an option for you this morning. Let's know what's going on where you are. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching
It's
up,
8 minutes
not
after
down.
8. Good morning and welcome to the
is
third
the
hour of Kenya's
Situation
biggest
Room,
conversation.
the
This morning
only
we're
way
live
to
on
start
SpiceFM, on YouTube, on Facebook, and for the next 1 hour we are also live on KTN Home. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga. We have David Omoyo, the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, and we're joined by another guest, John Allan Namu, investigative journalist and CEO of Africa Uncensored. But before we welcome and introduce John Allan to the conversation, the day's proverb.
Yes.
Hold on.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
The proverb is from?
Namibia.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that person who was talking when I was also talking?
I don't know why you're talking with the person who's talking.
Maizuru.
It's a smile.
Maizuru.
Smile.
If your mouth turns into a knife, it will cut off your lips.
If your mouth
turns
into a knife,
it will cut off your lips. Self-inflicted injury.
Okay. So which part of the mouth is called the mouth?
I think it's the entire surface area that is populated by your teeth, your lips, yes. And to give it positioning, GPS positioning, if you are a man and you are of a certain age.
I can't believe this. What are we doing?
So we're discussing the geographical area of the mouth.
Yes. We are defining mouth. It's important.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. On this show, we are big on definitions.
Yes. Okay. So start with the teeth, because you don't find your teeth in any other part of the body except a mouth. You don't. There are no teeth on your forehead, for instance.
So the thing that carries your teeth,
yes,
that's your mouth.
That general geographical area.
And if it has a knife, it cuts.
If it becomes
off.
a knife,
it becomes a knife. It cuts off your lips.
Nyeri, it's not if it becomes a knife. Anyway, Izuru.
If it does what?
Move on.
John Allan Namu, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome again to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante. Good morning, Du. Good morning, CT.
Morning,
Hope
John.
you guys are well.
Well,
morning,
John,
David.
thank you.
Yeah.
As you can see, CT is very well.
Yes.
David Omoyo is the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya. He was with us in the 7 o'clock hour. He stays on for a while for this next conversation. And he's now joined by John Allan Namu, investigative journalist and CEO of Africa Uncensored, the multiple award-winning media outlet. Hey, dude.
What an intro.
You get it from the Media Council of Kenya. So.
Your mouth is definitely not a sword.
Completely. Indeed. We, like we do every Tuesday morning now, we have been having conversations about information during this election period, especially what we call misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. And we've been talking about, so there's all this information in our media spaces, whether it's social media, whether it's legacy media. I mean, how do you tell what's right, what's wrong? How do you tell what's truth and what's fake? How do you tell what's a genuine mistake and that was designed to mislead you from the get-go? You at Africa Uncensored have also been doing this. You can tell us a bit about that. And then David will also tell us what the Media Council of Kenya is doing.
Okay. So what we've been doing at Africa Uncensored since, fact-checking is a subset of any sort of credible journalism. And so we've been doing it essentially from the start. But with more intention since 2019, we launched a website called Piga Firimbi, which is a fact-checking platform. And we've been essentially fact-checking all sorts of information from mostly our socials, but also from the real world, in a sense, that Kenyans, Africans would be interested in knowing the truth about. So if I'm to categorize broadly, and I'm sure that it's been done before by the people who've come here to talk about fact-checking. So, of course, there's misinformation, which is the larger sort of like this definition of information that whether intentional or unintentional is misleading or false. Then the subset of misinformation, which is disinformation, which is intentionally meant to deceive, mislead, that's where you'll find your fake news, your false news, and all the different narratives. There's malinformation, where there's a lack of information that you can be able to verify. And then there's mid-information, where a person who, for instance, I'll give an example. The quote-unquote leaked audio by the deputy president is a good example of mid-information, where he claims that this conversation happened. The other side of the conversation, i.e. the president, has not come out to verify or to debunk that conversation. And then it becomes part of the public narrative, almost as if it is truthful, because one part of that party seems to have had that conversation. That's a clear way. So if you're trying to define what it is that is fake or false or misleading, the first thing is to check your biases, right? If something aligns as closely as possible to your own personal biases, that's the first red flag. B, check the source of information, of course. So if it doesn't come, for instance, from the Situation Room, you being an example of a place where people would expect credible information to come from, where is it coming from? Has that piece of information been published by other people? Can it be verified elsewhere by at least 3 or 4 sources? And then C, if it's viral with no sources within that report. So a weird example would be an ostrich attacks people in Buruburu, and then there's a picture of an ostrich in an urban looking neighborhood. Then people would tend to believe it and start looking for ostriches, or you understand. So it's trying to be able to verify through other people, through your own understanding of what sites, etc., that you'd consume news from, whether that information is correct or whether it's false or whether it's misleading. So there's a variation of ways, but that's what we've been doing at Piga Firimbi since 2019.
Okay. David, what have you been doing at Media Council of Kenya?
Of course, we started 4 years ago with the Media Observer, and apart from the weekly bulletin that highlights, tells the media you missed this or 2 items. Through our media analysts, we have had to do a lot of corrections. Please correct this and this and this. Is the kind Kiambu and all that. We've gotten some time very strange, let's say miscalculations by the media. So mostly we check 2 things. When journalists and editors miss a fact or 2, because we know of speed and all that. And number 2, when the public, in quote, misrepresent media and journalists. They bully them or say wrong things about them, which is what we have been doing. But now what we have done, we launched it last week with UNDP's iVerify.ke. It's a countrywide network of virtual fact checkers. You are in a newsroom, you see some allegation, go check and then find out whether, because we have people already confirming that for you and all that. So like wherever you are, you don't have to be physically available in a place, just go online and check that. I have to note that the importance of that is the rise of deepfakes because of technology. We will see a video edited and it has a logo of this radio station or a TV, and you find it's false. Now we've even seen people overriding audio over video. So you have a video of people saying something, then people are finding a way of overriding. So it looks genuine, but it's a voice has been imported and all that. So really, we are getting into a point where unless you have the very fine tools, like the reverse checks and all that, you will never, everything looks as genuine as possible. You will see someone addressing the people and the audience responding to someone. Yeah, those are different videos juxtaposed on each other, the audio's dragged and all that. And if you want it to look genuine, you drag into a CNN logo or a KTN logo and it's over there and then circulated. So we are looking at at an extremely advanced level of fake news and misinformation, malinformation and all that. And that's why we thought that the best thing to do is that verifying, because when you post that, we have people who immediately say, no, this audio belongs to this day and all that. So because they have really advanced, the guys, the perpetrators of this malinformation, misinformation, and all that stuff are really advanced. We need to give journalists and media workers the tools to be able to counter them. Otherwise, I know Muga will say that when men learn to shoot without missing, then there's a bird that now flies without patching. The guys perpetrating malinformation have really advanced. They can literally take my clip now and collect some words, voices, and do that, and they say, this guy is saying this and that.
Yep.
Right.
It's extremely worrying now, because again, there are other now methods of circulation. You get that and immediately you pour it on WhatsApp groups and all that, and Facebook and all that. And by the time you wake up in the morning to say, it wasn't me, or this is not the truth, the lie has gone a few times around the globe. It's an extremely advanced level by the perpetrators. That's why we need to move that way.
So taking all that into consideration, John, do you think that journalists have gotten to the point now whereby even you, because a lot of content that we put out sometimes is fueled by information that we get. It's not necessarily you going into the field and picking up the story for yourself at all times. It's content that you may now have gotten from somewhere else, and then you curate to fit your story, right? So, in as much as we are saying, ask about this information that we're consuming, are we at the point whereby the news creators are asking questions about this content that they get? If you get a video that's been adulterated, for example, how far are you going? Or if you get some piece of information, how far are we going to make sure the authenticity of that content before then it's created into a story?
So that's a difficult situation that we're in as journalists, as people who create and curate content. One, although this is changing, there's a dearth of knowledge of the tools that you can use to be able to actually verify information that comes from the field. And there's plenty of them. Two, there's the whole issue of virality. So Odanga Madung, who's part of the Fumbua network from Odipo Dev, he did some research about how TikTok is being used to spread fake news around this election. And the reason why TikTok is such an alluring platform is because of virality. I can join TikTok today. I don't need to have a following. As long as I do something viral, it's gone. And it can be seen around the world as quickly as you can. So the fact that there's that virality and makes it more difficult to catch up makes it even more difficult for journalists to be able to do so. So one, there's a lack of information. Two, there's that. But I think there's tools now that are available and are fairly simple to be able to use to check on deepfakes. To check on, I'm sure you've seen these WhatsApp messages that chronicle some in-depth conversation between politicians that seem to lean one way. That's created on an app, right? Someone can come and fake your Twitter, your Twitter handle, etc., and create screenshots, etc. But there's tools to be able to do that. And what I challenge journalists today to do is to familiarize themselves with those tools. Even reverse image searches, that you can do on your phone as quickly as possible on Google, on tinge. There are a number of tools. Then now you can go into more open source investigative techniques to be able to now search through those things. So if you're looking at a video that's been posted that has no context, look at the sun, look at the topography, the things that are in that picture, and be able to do that. So that's a bit more advanced, but it has to start with a journalist familiarizing themselves with the basic tools. When was it posted? The first question is, when was it posted? Who's the original? When was that post created? Who originated it? And what's the context? I think from there, then now you'll be led to plenty of other tools that you'll be able to use.
And the general public, the consumer, you don't want to continually keep doing this. When you receive information, you want to fact check, you want to put it onto iVerify, you want to go into... You're just consuming information as you move. How do we protect ourselves from getting inundated with this fake news and the deep fakes?
Honestly, it's a matter of practice. And, the same way before COVID-19 became a big thing, right? People used to take washing hands as a suggestion. So there'd be guys who'd walk into the loo and walk out and they're fine, But the moment that it became something that was of a deep concern to their health, then they started to take things more seriously. The reason why platforms like iVerify, like Africa Check, like Africa Uncensored, Piga Firimbi are important is because they're trying to help people build the habit of fact checking. Unfortunately, there's no shortcut. If you're going to want to be the sort of person who's a purveyor of credible information, you have to learn. The fortunate thing is that it's easier to learn now. But I get it. I get that it's not easy. Like, you've seen something, you've heard something, you're like, The first instinct is you want to share it, right? But it's kind of building in those...
And part of that sharing is you trying to verify.
Yeah. Is this true?
You post it in a group and ask, is this true? But you've posted in a group of 256 people.
Exactly. Many of whom don't even care if it's true, you know. So it's a matter of practice and building habit. But I don't think that there's many shortcuts.
Aren't we living in scary times, though, David? If we're saying that somebody can sit down and be fully dedicated, for example, some of these messages that we've seen of conversations having happened between person X and person Y, down to the detail, for the sole purpose of throwing the general public into a tailspin so that they don't focus on an issue at hand. Isn't that destabilizing? And to say that where should we be going with this?
We have always lived in scary times.
Well, come on. That's true. But I mean, here we are that people are sitting and formulating these things for the sole purpose of putting the public in a different direction from where
you
they
didn't
want
let
to
me
be.
finish.
Okay, please do.
Even in the days of newspapers alone, and in the days of Babangida in Nigeria, you were not born yet, probably, and stuff like that. We have had people who would. I want to give an example of Kenya, for example. We would have machinery who would, like, for example, come here, buy away all the standard print run for that day and distribute their own version of the paper the whole country. That's how heavily people have invested before in propaganda. So it's just that now it's available on phone, but across the world in propaganda times, people have always wanted to influence opinion and try to plan. So we had people who would literally run a parallel print run and circulate it through the same links across the country using all pickups and all that. So what is it to forward a message?
Sure, but it doesn't happen much quicker. It happens much quicker, and at the click of a button, you can see all of this information. And by the time you're trying to even claw back on what has been done, the damage has been done, and that's what we're saying now.
Yes, also, unfortunately, is that I have seen it happen the past 1 week again, unfortunately, where the media is suddenly desperate to chase social media people. Some guy, some blogger posts something and immediately see it on your Twitter and all that. We need to, I know this is a conversation we've had for years, we need to stop and verify first. I have seen, I think almost literally all the mainstream media has fallen victim in the past 1 or 2 weeks of something you post, then later on you realize, no, that was too soon. So, because the best you can do, as it happens even in the village, you or in other social circles, you say, I have heard this saying, but I need to verify from someone. They say that in the village we have people who suffer from foot and mouth disease, walking from place to place, spreading rumors, isn't it? They always exist. But what you need to do is know that whatever Nani has said, I will need to verify from 1 or 2 people, which is what I do myself. Anybody can post anything. I have psychologically, I won't name certain handles I will go to check that. In the village that exists, anybody can say anything, and people say, no, I heard some people saying, but we need to confirm from that person and all that. So I think, as John here said, we will live with this now. We need to find out how to survive and make sure then protect the sacred space of media, that people know anybody can post, but I need to verify that it is from a genuine handle owned by this media house. So that's why it's more dangerous to our consumers when media in the chase of clicks or to compete with the bloggers also falls prey to that. Otherwise, I think we have to survive in that context.
But there's this niggling thought at the back of my mind. Is it that our appetite for some of the more left-leaning and the more red content, has it grown with the time so that even those who create these sensational stories, they themselves have now risen to the occasion to meet that need, so the stories get hairier and hairier, and the ludicrosity of it becomes, I know the word doesn't exist, but yes, but it's becoming more and more. I mean, you look and you wonder, God, are there people who consume this? And yes, indeed, there are people who consume it, and you know this. when you're in a gathering and somebody comments about something which you dismissed, but they're speaking about it as fact, and the person is somebody you realize, but
You should know better.
Yeah, shouldn't this person question this thing? And so long as it seems to meet a bias that they have, they are willing to accept it as the truth.
Just a second. I know that I think the human brain loves scandal. I know very many people who they go to the newspaper vendor. They buy the mainstream newspapers, but they have a few versions of certain papers which they wouldn't want to be seen reading. So they open and read it within it and cover. So the person you see them carrying just. So I think the brain loves the little scandal and all that, just that we don't want to be seen consuming it in public. And that's why very many people have, a few tabloids will be closed by now, but they know that they are sold within copies of the mainstream papers, and then they are consumed and all that. So sometimes even people want to get into certain groups where you say, no, don't post in that other group. I am known as a good family man there, but in this little circle you can post a little stuff, some propaganda stuff and all that. And if you look at the behavior of the people who buy newspapers in this town and hide them in others and all that, or want to say circulation within a certain circle, and then you're very holy on another more public. So this would be.
David points out a really important thing, and it's more scientific than people tend to think. Over the years, that many thousands of years that the brain developed, which part of the brain developed first? It's the part of the brain that responds to emotion, instinct, etc. And so that's more deep-rooted in every human being than even the logical part of your brain is. So anything that is scandalous triggers an emotion. It triggers anger, fear, those kinds of things, right? And once that is triggered, it becomes much, much more difficult for the logical part of your brain to be able to override that. And anything that is scandalous, anything that is viral, triggers an emotion. Even if it is humor, it triggers something deep inside you. So that's the thing about fake news. That's the thing about misinformation that is very difficult to overcome. It means that we have to resist our own inbuilt sort of mechanism for reacting to situations and reacting to information that we find in our immediate environment, and start to stop, check, and think. It's not how we were built. When you see a lion, you either fight or you run, right? And in that way, information that comes to us that makes us react in an emotional way is actually triggering something that is more, I don't know if the word is primordial, but primal, I think, is a better word, in us than we even believe. And so that's why anybody can fall victim to fake news, because at the end of the day, exactly, at the end of the day, we're human. Yeah.
Let's take a break. It's 8:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. In the studio with us this morning, John Allan Namu. He is an investigative journalist and the CEO of the multi-award-winning Africa Uncensored media outlet. And the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo, has been with us since 7 o'clock. He's here with us as well. We are talking about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and John Allan has introduced us to mid-information as well. What is it and how does it affect us? Remember, with all the information that you're consuming, good stuff, and assuming that you're actually consuming good stuff, you can use Pocket by Mozilla to save all your information, and you've used Pocket.
Yes.
Yep. You have Pockets. You know what you actually put on Pocket and where you consume it. What kind of content do you curate for yourself?
Do I read for myself? So I read a very wide, sort of like variation of things, from stuff from the New York Times out there to stuff here. The Nation, I think, is where I go the most for like daily news and stuff, as well as the Standard. But lots of research papers as well. So every time Odanga publishes something, I'm on it.
It's on you.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Pocket by Mozilla, download it today. You can find it on Google Play Store and Apple App Store, right? It's good stuff for you. And the Communications Authority would like to remind you that, all this thing that we're doing, having conversations like this every week in the morning, is because the regulator is up and running and the regulator is doing their job. Licensing. David Omoyo was reminding us we have about 200 TV stations. Yeah. At any one given time, we have those radio stations that are regularly on, over 120. radio stations. That's a lot, even for one single regulator to just make sure that they're doing the right thing. But they do that. Let's take this quick break. We'll be back shortly.
Wait. Have you seen the message I've sent you? I always knew they can never be trusted, these guys.
Okay, I've seen it, but where did you get that information from?
Someone forwarded me the message and they say they got it from a very reliable source. I can never lie to you.
Okay, but what are these sources?
Sasa now you want to interrogate me and I'm just forwarding as received. Wait, majameneni, don't shoot the messenger. Me, I'm telling you.
How do you separate the truth from the lies and facts from opinion? The election season is a period where violence, votes, and many other incidents can be influenced or triggered by a news item. When was the last time you questioned the validity of the news you saw on social media, WhatsApp, tabloids, or blogs? Where do you go to fact-check what you see or hear? Fumbua is a groundbreaking collaborative journalism project designed to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation ahead of the Kenyan elections in 2022. For more information and updates, follow Fumbua Kenya on Facebook, at Fumbua KE on Twitter, or fumbua.ke on Instagram.
To be Kenyan is to embrace diversity. The many faces and colors of our nation are what makes Kenya, Kenya.
Election bila noma, penda jirani. This message is brought to you by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, in partnership with the Standard Group.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in this Nairobi this morning at 15. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 12. It's 17 degrees and sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 22 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 14 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 23. Rain continues in Mombasa at 23, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 27 in Malindi as well, where it is raining this morning. Mostly cloudy at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 31 highs of 28 in rainy Dar es Salaam as well. 8 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, 25 and rainy in Lagos, and 19 mostly cloudy in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 30 and lows of 18.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Continues in most parts of the city this morning. We're seeing still heavy traffic on the Thika Superhighway coming into the city. Doesn't look too bad on Mombasa Road right now. In and outbound traffic is flowing freely and smoothly. Langata Road still continues. We're going to see this for some months with that construction that continues just at that interchange. Raila Odinga Way taking some traffic out towards Gong Road and into the city. And at that Globe Cinema overpass is oncoming traffic from Muranga Road. And this is all coming off the Thika Superhighway just at that Pangani underpass. Thika Superhighway not looking too bad this morning. Kiambu Road also doing pretty well. Hopefully we can see that this continues through traffic hour. We'll take a look back in about half hour and see what it looks like. Talk to us this morning on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right.
Done right. 94.4.
Right, enough. Come on. 24 minutes to 9, Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues. Eric Latiff, Okoh, CT Muga. The CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Moyo, has left the studio after sitting with us for 1.5 hours. But John Alanamu is still here with us. We're talking about misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, misinformation, and the impact that is having, especially right now during these election campaigns. Naomi says, it's cloud chasing that's the main reason some will share unverified information. For clicks, for laughs, to be seen to be the one who knows stuff before other people do. There's that as well.
Yeah.
That,
for sure.
That partiness that, wants to be the one with the breaking news.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's true. The thing, and that's why fake news, misinformation is so dangerous, right? Because it plays on like I said, our deepest instincts and how we are made, but also on these things that now allow for us to be the person who knows in society. And again, the way social media is constructed, there's a certain kind of validation that people get from having a monopoly over the information in a specific, subset of content. That, it gives someone some sense of purpose or sense of being. So, I mean, it's like David said, we're going to live with this for a long, long time. We're going to have to try and get used to the fact that these things are always going to trigger us at a very deep level. But over time, you develop tools for becoming resilient, right? You become more resilient to these things the more used to them you are. It's just like our elections, right? So 2007, 2017, 2022, if you compare the kind of conversation that we are having, even if it's just a little bit, even like it's a step forward, I feel like in some places we've taken a step forward. And that means that our environment is becoming more resilient to the nature of the politics of our country.
That's true.
And therefore better able to survive it.
People are more sensitive to what information is out there and how it's being shared. Like you saw the reaction when the Sunday Nation put the headline this Sunday, and the reaction on social media, people saying, was it right for you to put out this headline in this particular manner? Are you trying to suggest something? Is it likely to have a serious undesirous impact on the consumer public? And that shows you that there's some level of sensitivity to this. However, like City keeps saying, because of our innate biases, if I am a biased supporter of candidate A, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
If it's hitting the other guy, I'll be sitting back.
Well and good.
Nimbaya, like
yes. Yeah. This interestingly, I think about this period in our politics, this particular point in time in our politics as a time when hardliners get even more hardline on either side, and whatever you say or whatever you do, see, the die has been cast for them, right? And fortunately or unfortunately, they are a big majority of the people who vote. You have your biases, you stand behind them, and no matter what comes out, no matter what kind of logical information would emerge at this point in time, it's going to have a very little impact on the people who've already decided.
Right. But isn't that the thing, that the originators of this information know this exact same thing, that they would have already played on the minds, on the psychology of people, looking at that part of the brain which goes directly to the emotive, that they know, because these fellas are not idiots. They've studied this thing, they understand it. And that's the point, that they're doing this because they know you will make a decision based on this thing that you've read, seen, heard.
Exactly.
How do you undo that, though? How do you undo that?
Wow. I don't know if you can undo so much as mitigate against. There'll always be that person who'll go out and act out on the basis of the information that they've just seen. You've seen, for instance, let me give you a great example that's happened over the past, was it last week when William Ruto's Kenya Kwanza Alliance was releasing its manifesto, as was Roots Party's Professor Wajakoya, right? And to the point of emotion leading people to make decisions, I've struggled to see even one fact check that compares the price of hyena body parts to the price of marijuana and say that there's actual value that can be... You understand? He's been put in this position as he's the jester in this election, right? And he's going to say all manner of ridiculous things. But even the jester has his constituency, and they deserve to know the facts, and there needs to be some sort of critique. So what do you do when a person who is receiving protection from the state as a presidential candidate and going around the country saying all sorts of outlandish things, continues to say them unchecked, and is speaking to a specific constituency? as a media, you have to mitigate against it rather than tolerating that kind of, you understand?
Mhm.
You have to play your part at that level as well. And I think that's where the mitigation comes in. You're never going to be able to stop a person from saying things or from people who hear those things from acting. All you must do is create road speed bumps, in a sense, to ensure that the number of people who get to that point where they make the decision based on fake news or misinformation are far fewer than the ones that might have been there if there was no gatekeeping at all. That's the best we can hope for at this point in time.
And in the spaces within which we play, I mean, it is possible to find out the real information.
Yeah.
And I know that the argument came out and said, well, you know what, the masses of people who may be influenced. Well, look, the people who are getting this information are are on a platform where they have access to these devices, right?
Yes.
They are there anyway. So maybe you don't have a platform as a journalist, you don't have a platform as a broadcaster, whatever, but you do have a way to find the real information. So what are we saying, John? I mean, I know we've said it, we may have said it in a different version or format before, but what are we saying when you receive this information and you're not quite sure, okay, so Hyena could do this or the other thing. What are we saying as you receive that information? What ought to be the first thing that you do?
Check your biases. The very first thing that you do. Check your biases. The more biased the information, especially the more that aligns with your own personal bias, the more important it is that you stop and you're like, okay, fine. This is ridiculous. It's humorous. I love what this person is saying, but is it true? Right? That's the first thing. The second thing is now find the platforms that are actually doing the work of being able to verify. And there's multiples of them now. You know, years ago, when we started in 2019, it was us and it was Africa Check, it was PESA Check. That's it. Now there's iVerify. Most newsrooms have fact-checking departments within or fact-checking desks working within the newsroom.
Yeah.
That's the second port of call. Go there and find that information. We have, 87% internet penetration in the country? So everybody with a phone notionally should be able to do it.
Yes.
But then the third thing I'd say is that if you do not have all of these things at your disposal, there is a person who you know who has information. There's maybe 1, 2, or 3 of them that you know that you can ask, who you know to be more settled, more, that there's usually
likely
that one
to
person.
know.
Yeah, or likely to know, or likely to tell you. No, just go and check. There's always that one person in your life who will tell you, man, slow down. This is not true. Those are the things that I'd say that you do. But the most dangerous one is the matter of bias. If you are unable to check your bias, then you will fall for fake news day in, day out, all the time. But and that one, it starts with you.
Yeah. Maybe we need to get to a point where then you suffer the consequence.
Of what?
People who've received a call from the committee guy and almost lost their money are now more careful when they get a call. Or if you know somebody who got conned into swim swapping, you've read a story and you've seen this is how it happened. So when you actually hear it, and if you received a call yourself, you're more alert to it. Maybe we need those examples. You need examples of so people can see, okay.
Enforcement is important, but I wouldn't say that this is the way that you deal with an issue like
I'm actually not saying enforcement. I'm saying let people suffer the consequence.
Suffer the consequence.
Yes, you've received some bit of fake
so
news.
you just let a guy be conned. You go ahead and be conned.
You receive a bit of fake news, and then if someone comes out and says,
"That's
wow,
a really jaded way to look at the world," Eric. I know you're a journalist.
It's
but
direct learning, man.
No. I think education is far more important. Well, there'll always be those examples.
Asiyefunzwa.
Always, yes. Asiyefunzwa atafunzwa na ulimwengu. Ndio. But there'll always be those examples that will be out there of the guy who, in spite of all of the advice, will go forward and do what they want to do.
Yeah.
And they'll be the ones crying their premium tears once everybody has told them, but see, I told you. But for the wider society, what is the responsibility? The responsibility is to make sure that this guy has those kinds of stop signs and red flags as he walks along his way. I'm more of the view that, yes, if all of that information exists, and if the environment that we've created allows for people to fact check, allows for people to find the correct information, and a person goes ahead and does it anyway, then, a fool suffers the consequences of his own making.
That's my point.
Yeah.
Complementarity. You receive SMSs from your bank every day. Do not share your PIN. You receive SMSs from your mobile provider every day. Do not share your PIN. PIN yako, siri yako. Okay? And yet, people fall prey.
Yeah.
Until you hear stories of, okay, so this happened, this and the other happened. Then you start relating the relevance of the information that you've been receiving. Because you've just been receiving this information, PIN yako and siri yako, but I'm the one who knows my PIN. What are you talking about? You move on. Until you now hear, and then you start relating, oh, that is why Safaricom or Airtel or Telcom have been sending me these messages.
Or that you'd have an example within your circle. Hopefully we don't have to learn through, but I guess, the power of an example is really, it's good. Yeah, I just hope that people don't have to learn that way. Sometimes you'd rather not get into the lion's den.
Right.
Actually, almost definitely people have to learn that way.
Always.
Yes, because, you see, there is a comfort that people have in numbers. If you have people who seem to think the way you think and believe what you believe, there's this understanding that it is okay. Perhaps the example I want to give is one of impunity. People get into misdeeds and go into theft. And the reason they do is they have examples of people who, in their mind, have stolen even more and nothing has happened. So perhaps when the axe falls, when you see the consequences of your deed, not in someone else's life, but in your own, then you understand and you realize. But so long as it happens to somebody else, it's something that happens to other people.
Not me.
No, not really. Because how else do you explain this wanton behavior where every other day it's from one horror story to another, a more gory horror story of theft and misdeed? Why? Because this understanding that somehow nothing will happen or nothing adverse so long as I can do this and pull this stunt. So until it actually falls on you and you see the consequences, for most people, they will not simply learn from the mistakes of others. They need to learn from their own mistakes.
That's true to an extent. But okay, let me put it this way. My favorite set of books when I was young were Aesop's Fables, right? And Aesop's Fables are a perfect example of the power of the cautionary tale, right? If we continue to reinforce certain values in the way we educate our children, educate our society, then the people who have to learn through experience of certain things that become, almost universal do's and don'ts is far fewer. But I think, CT, what you're pointing at is actually a much deeper problem than the environment that we are confronted by. And that is a problem of values. When you talk about impunity, it means that there's an absence of something that guards against impunity. Where are the guardrails against corruption? They cannot only be at enforcement, because the people who enforce come from a society. If that society does not have certain guardrails that, sort of shape a person to the point that when they become the police officer or the investigator, they know that what I'm here to do is not just a job, but it is to hold certain wider values that everybody espouses. But ask yourself, are those values part of our society? And I'm not looking to be, I'm not looking for an overly moralistic society, but one that has certain irreducible minimums of values that then, tend to shape who we are as a country, who we are as a people. I don't even want to say country because, Kenyans are all over the place. But who is a Kenyan as a person? What is the Kenyanness in them that would prevent them from putting their hand in the cookie jar should they have the opportunity? And where does that education start? It doesn't start at the front of a jail cell.
No.
It starts inside the crib, right? It starts inside the home. And that's something that we must start to think about and perhaps even talk more and more about, because those are the underpinnings for a society that values fact, that values logic, that values credibility, Those are the underpinnings of that society, not one that's carried by apps and that sort of thing to verify, because you'll verify and you'll do it anyway. Yeah.
I don't think we can run away from the dangers and even the potential dangers of allowing, false, fake, malinformation to run amok, especially at times like this during an election.
Yeah.
But then one thing that you have said severally is, check your biases. And I have a third question this morning saying, so what exactly does that mean? And I mean, we can sit here thinking and saying, check our biases, and the four of us in this room understand what that means. But then maybe people say, what? What are you talking about? What is my bias?
Okay.
And how do I check that?
A bias, and I'll define this as, from what's in my head. A bias is a piece of information that you may come across or hold that confirms something, or rather, a bias is something that you believe even in the absence of credible information to the contrary. So there are people who believe that black people are inferior, as an example. There is no precedent or no information that lends any credibility to that. But because they've been raised to believe that and they create stories around that, then that's their bias. There are people who are biased. There are also, positive biases, but I'll give the negative ones as an example. There are people who are biased to think that, women can't do certain jobs or that men can't do certain jobs. And that'll form their worldview. And without there being some sort of check, then that anything that they come across, any information that they come across, will always be viewed through that lens. So that's your bias. And when you think about what your biases are, then they're the things that you don't even have to think about that you will do or react or say without anybody having to tell you. That's how I define biases.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you receive a piece of information that when you put up against your bias and that you're likely to just go with it without thinking, that is the point at which you must say, hold on a minute.
Exactly.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
So maybe in your view, as you see it, I mean, having been through 2007, 2008, an election year which went to the dogs, really, and then, cases that we saw thereafter, why is it? And looking at the potential dangers, in as much as we know, then you even as we've said, maybe you need to learn from this experience to then know what to do about it in the future. Can we risk that, having seen what the country has been in previously? Can we risk that at this point where we say, be careful what you swallow, especially when you know it'll affect the decisions that you make?
Well, that's a question. That's a question and a half. Can we risk it? If we are a society that believes in the power and the impact of our democracy, then yes, we must risk it. But we are a society who have learned of the limits of our own, not just the limits of our own politics, but the limits that our politicians, our leaders, ourselves will go past. And we also have to bear that information in mind. What I would not want to say here is that we ought to be so cowed by our past experiences that we will not, speak out boldly about the things that we believe. That's one thing. But when it comes to factual information, I think that's definitely a place where then, yes, there has to be some caution that's exercised. But if you look back at all of these elections, what is it that has caused violence? What is it that has caused death and depopulation, destruction, etc.? There are a number of things. Electoral justice, a lack of electoral justice, is one of those things. Now, how do you ensure that your country becomes more just whenever it walks towards an election? We are now, how many days to the election?
34.
34 days to the election, right? How do you make sure that your electoral commission is the one that is going to hold the line for everybody and be the one that can be believed when 3 elections passed, they have performed in such a way as to, contradict their own mandate? How do you do that at that point in time? You must continually call on them to be the best version of themselves, whether you are in government, outside government, because the impact of a badly run election will be felt by everybody. So for me, how you do those things is by pushing the institutions that we have all put faith in to act and to act properly, but also reminding ourselves that as a society, we hold much, much greater power than any one of these institutions, and to start to call on, I guess, our better angels to start to remember that this point in time is one that is sensitive. We need to be more caring and to be more focused on what could happen, not just to me, but to my neighbor, right? If I spread this information, it could be a situation where, like in 2007, people were picking up pamphlets, reading them, and acting on that information.
Yep.
You must be that person for your neighbor. So pay it forward by actually treating the information that you receive with a lot more, with a far more settled mind. That's how I'd look at it. Yeah, but like I said, we are dakika za lala salama, sindio? There's not much that you can do to the IBC, to the politicians. It is now to call on each of us and all of us to act correctly.
And that's why actually we are saying that elections bill and norma is one of those things that we need to go by, right? Getting into this election, making sure that we are not participating in any way or contributing in any way to violence in the election. Not in the way we look at each other, not in the way we treat each other, not in the way we share information with one another, not in the way we consume information, not in the way we treat our neighbors and our friends. We're going into an election, we've got to know that it's an election. Yes, it's an event. It takes place on the 9th of August. The results are declared, the winner. They move into office, we continue living. Elections Bin Norma is a campaign by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and we've partnered with them so we can create this awareness and sensitization to everybody about our role, individual role and responsibility. John Allen, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the time, and the conversations are really important one. So asanteni sana.
Indeed it is. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. We've been live on KTN Home. The conversations now switch over onto SpiceFM and to YouTube and Facebook. A very good morning to you coming up to 9 o'clock. In the next hour, we have a conversation about NARC Kenya. So what is NARC Kenya's strategy in this election and post-election? Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsman Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta has commissioned a panel of eminent persons for the county peer review mechanism for the next 3 years to help steer county peer reviews. The role of the members of the panel of eminent persons for the county peer review mechanism will be to ensure the reviews are objective, effective and credible. The eminent personalities will be charged with the responsibility of discussing with individual governors the findings arising from the peer reviews and how they will be implemented for the benefit of local citizens as well as the good of the country. The National Land Commission has launched the tools to monitor and oversee the implementation of the National Special Plan 2015-2045 and the National Land Use Policy Sessional Paper No. 1 of 2017. Speaking during the launch, Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Omalo said the National Land Use Policy set out long-term goals on land use management to promote the best land use practices for optimal utilization of land resources. Omalo noted that the National Special Plan is one of the flagship projects identified under the Kenya Vision 2030 and provides a national special structure that defines how national space is utilized to ensure optimal and sustainable land use. Now, Kenya has turned to UAE-based logistics company Dubai Port World to manage its Lamu port due to lack of capacity to run the facility. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Kuriatani has said the port was launched last year amid teething troubles. Operationalization of the three berths could not take off as planned due to funding deficits. As a result, the launch of the first berth was delayed because the construction and installation of equipment was not complete. Even then, the new port had to borrow equipment from Mombasa in including cranes, trailers, gantries, oil spill response and marine equipment. According to CSE attorney, DP World is among a number of port operators the government is considering as potential private partners to run the new port. Now, Nairobi residents are set to be sensitized on social challenges fueling teen pregnancies, gender-based violence and new HIV infections among the youth. The sensitization program, dubbed the Triple Threat by the National AIDS Control Council in partnership with the Ministry of Interior, National Council for Population Development and the Nairobi Metropolitan, is aimed at highlighting the challenges faced in the fight on new infections and how best to address them. A 30-year-old man killed his wife before committing suicide at their home in garage area of Moibenwa, Singishu County. Joseph Kiplimu is said to have sold a sheep belonging to his 24-year-old wife, and when asked why he misused the money, he went to berserk and murdered her. According to neighbors, the two have had differences in the past, but this time it was about money. And police in Kirinyaga County have taken a 45-year-old man into custody for keeping his mother's body at home while he prayed for her to come back to life. The suspect, James Mushira, and his wife were apprehended at Muthiti village after his relatives, led by his brother Evans Boneke, asked the area assistant chief to get involved, according to Moya West Sub-County Commander Wilson Koskei. According to reports, the suspect refused to let anyone inside his residence, which also serves as a church known as God's Mountain of Believers. The suspect allegedly took his mother from a hospital where she was receiving care so that he could pray for her at his home church. The shocked villagers said they were baffled as to how the families managed to live with the dead body despite the tepid smell in their home. In order to protect them from enraged bystanders who wanted to lynch them, Mushira, his wife, and another woman were hastily taken to Kiamashiri police station. Now, the Kenyan government has been forced to replace a US contractor, Virtual Engineering, with a Korean firm after a fallout in a financing model for the proposed Nairobi-Mombasa Expressway. The state had proposed a toll-fee business model where the American firm would source funding and then recoup its costs through toll fees, but the company declined the offer, insisting on a contract model where the government would pay for the construction of the 318.25 billion shillings Mombasa-Nairobi Expressway. The firm argued that the public-private partnership model would see it recoup the cost of contracting the 473-kilometer highway through toll fees, would inflate the cost of the project to 1.6 trillion shillings, since it would involve borrowing and interest payments, which it did not want to get involved in. And Kenya's gross official reserves touched a low of 969.3 billion shillings in the quarter ended March 2021, the lowest in a year since the preceding quarter in 2021. New data on the balance sheet from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics shows the reserves fell from 1.074 trillion shillings at the end of December, with external debt redemptions driving down the store of reserves. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
At a few minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic still building up in many parts of the city today. On Wyler Dingaway, then getting out towards that Gong Road junction and into the city, traffic still continues. Coming off Jogo Road is still a thing, and we're looking at the CBD thumping with traffic this morning. Coming off Kiambu Road, that is ebbing and flowing, but still really heavy. Limu Road in and outbound traffic is continuing, and we're looking at Wayaki Way out through towards Ring Road Westlands. Still quite some traffic this morning. Let's circle back about half an hour and see what it looks like then. And then let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start
It is
your
7
day.
minutes after 9. Good morning and welcome to the fourth hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. We're live on SpiceFM, on SpiceFM KE, Facebook and YouTube. We have a new guest in the studio from NARC, Kenya. But before we introduce him, let's hear the day's proverb brought to you by Okoh Fresh.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Okoh Fresh Gel.
Yes, City.
If your mouth turns into a knife, it will cut off your lips. It's a proverb. If your mouth turns into a knife, it will cut off your lips.
Where? Okay. And this one we chose on the day that we have Okoh Fresh, sponsoring the proverb.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Okoh Fresh Gel. The secret to long
You know,
fresh breath
8 minutes after 9, Kenya's biggest conversation. Kabala Kile is the National Deputy Chairperson of NARC Kenya. And you're the acting what?
Acting chair now.
Yes. Hey. Of NARC Kenya.
Of NARC Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, Kabala.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you on the show.
Asante.
I know you listen to the show.
Kabisa.
Yeah,
From
good.
way back.
Good.
Remember?
Good.
Even before you were acting chair.
Even when we were bringing chair.
Even when the chair was joining us on the show.
Yeah. When
You were still following the show. Welcome to the hot seat. This is what happens when you rise up the ranks of a political party. You take the hot seat of the Situation Room. Beautiful suit, man. Ndu, what color is that? City, let's start.
Let's start with CC.
It's purplish.
Ndu will be the last one.
It's purplish.
Lakini Eric wewe tumesikia tukisema.
No, I'd say purple as well. Oh, no. Indigo, close. I have absolutely no clue.
Hey, Baba, indigo ni mbali na
Even for CT knows it's
Indigo
not
is not far from purple.
Okay.
If it's purplish, it can also be indigo.
All right, Eric, why don't you just call it maroon? You know.
Close to maroon. In fact, I'd say maroon for the tie.
Yes. So this is mauve.
At what?
Mauve, spelled M-A-U-V. It's a French word, actually.
There are people who are called by that
thinking
name.
Maud.
No?
That name you're thinking is Maud.
No, Maud, I know. But even Mauve, I've heard
Someone
people.
called Mauve.
You've met somebody called Mauve?
Yes.
Short of Marvin.
Which circles do you dance in, CT? I want to hang out with you.
It wasn't the circles, it's the person and their name. So the thing is, I meet many people.
Clearly, people called colors. You know somebody called red.
What do you mean? I know people, whose names are essentially adjectives.
Running.
No, happiness. There's one which really bowled me over. Name, surprise. Someone's name.
Surprise.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So I was like, your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of Even for me, it shocked me.
I believe the goodness of who again?
The Lord.
Okay, that's the full name.
That's a full name.
All right.
In the ID.
That's a full first name.
In English.
Yes.
Now you can
It's
imagine.
the full first name. They must have a Nigerian name.
Yes, no.
I believe in the goodness of God.
And the Nigerian version is?
I didn't ask. I was tired by the time I said the first one.
Right.
Names.
Sheesh. Okay. Yes. So now Kenya has somebody on the ballot again, on the presidential ballot. Again. First time, she was the principal on the ballot. This time, she has Kinara. And she keeps saying that. Kama Kinara wangu alivyosema.
Yes.
She's the running mate to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. First of all, by the way, just for clarity, Is Martha Karua going to be on the ballot as NAK Kenya or as Azimio? We know Raila is the Azimio candidate.
As Azimio.
As Azimio?
Yes.
Ah.
But also we have, NAK Kenya has, as you were saying, we also have around 207.
No, we'll come
people
to those ones. We're starting there. First, when we see the name Martha Karua, it'll be Martha Karua on Azimio.
On Azimio, yes.
Raila Azimio, Martha Karua Azimio.
Yes.
Okay. And Martha Karua has been the national party leader and the national chairperson of this party for a long time.
A long time, yeah.
How long have you been in NAK Kenya, and especially in the ranks of NAK Kenya?
Since this is my 11th year. Since 2011,
right.
From just university.
Mm-hmm.
I was just thinking about how can I change the society, and kutoka hiyo wakati tukiwa high school, university, so just thinking now how can I do, so just talking to people, trying to find mentors and all, and it came to me that policies are what now sets and define how the life of people and the Kenyans would be. And policies most of the time, then we didn't have independence. So then if you want to influence policies, you need to join a political party. So what did I do? I just walked one day, started visiting these political parties, knock on the door, listen, just to see how I'll be treated. And the only political party where I was treated well was NAK Kenya, given place to sit, some refreshment. And lucky for me that day, Honorable Karo was in the office. I met her. I shared my ideas with her, the youth ideas, because I was a student at Daystar University. I wanted to vie for office in Daystar, so I shared with her my ideas. And as a leader, she was open in terms of listening to me, exchanging ideas, and showing me maybe you can try this instead of this. After that first conversation, I paid
to become a member.
Yes, to become a party member, because I had gone to other political parties where you were just left at the reception and no one really comes to talk to you. You just told wait. Other political parties, I was waiting up to around 3-4 hours just waiting, and the person you're supposed to be seeing is inside the office. So I felt the dignity that NAK Kenya showed me I just felt now this is a place that I need to be. And since then, I've been.
You never looked back.
Never looked back. I joined as a member. I joined as a Nairobi County youth leader. Moved up from the youth leader to from the county youth leadership to the national youth leadership. I joined NEC, joined NMC, the management committee of a political party, and February 18th this year, when we had our NDC at Fungamano, I was elected to serve as the national deputy chairperson of NAK Kenya.
So you've basically grown up in the party.
Up in the party, yeah.
And therefore you understand what NAK Kenya is all about, what NAK Kenya stands for.
Yeah.
What would you say NAK Kenya stands for?
NAK Kenya stands for equity. Stands for social justice. That's our belief. We are a party that believes in, when I say equity, it's gender equity, economic justice and equity. You know, we cannot all earn the same, but we can earn a decent amount of wages to survive and live a decent life in Kenya. So we just sort of believing in equality, which practically the practicability of equality is. I don't think there's a country that has achieved it, but equity is what across board, and dignity of how you live, what you eat, just of the basic needs. So as we view leadership from the family basis, you know, we view how what's the least sphere of influence, group sphere of influence that we have. It's a family. So we believe we build from there upwards, just treating each other well and understanding each other, negotiating, cooperating, even when our ideas are not we're not beating each other. We believe in principle. We principally believe in negotiation, and we don't view negotiation as something that we gain for you to lose or you lose for us to gain. It's something that we mutually benefit. So that's, you've had other people sharing clips of my party leader in 2000, I believe it was in early 2007, where she was saying she can't work with her because of certain political inclinations and ways. But now they are working together because they principally believe in social justice, social transformation of the nation, economic revolution, and good governance. So we believe in Kenya. We believe in the wellness of Kenyans.
So, you know what you've just said?
Yes.
Is really sounds good. But it's not very different from what the other people say about their parties and what they want. Which, in my mind, tells me political leaders more or less want the same thing for Kenya. Now, where the difference would come in is how you hope to achieve it. Not by throwing huge amounts of money that you say will be allocated for this project and that project and this other project and the other. But perhaps getting a little granular and talking about what it is that you will actually do. Because people talk of social transformation. Okay, so
what is it?
Nice word. How do you hope to achieve it? You talk of economic revolution. Again, good. What is it that you're going to do? What are the pillars? What's the framework that you're going to use to achieve these things? Because in the absence of that, as I said, it's rhetoric. It's what politicians say, it's what party leaders say. And again, it is what in many ways represents what we feel or is thought to be needed in the country. So
maybe we should look at the leader who's saying it.
The leader I'm looking at here is you.
And when you see me, you see.
Yes, I'm looking at you because it's you who's here.
Yes.
And you're a chair.
Thank you.
The acting bit, forget.
Thank you.
If you're acting, you're it. Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. The historical background of the leaders who are saying it. Because when you see most of these leaders, when they're talking about it and you try and judge and see what in the past they've done, it's not the same. But when you see what I am now coming up, but I'll use the example of my party leader. If you see what she's already done and achieved in the leadership spaces that she's been in, she's someone that you can believe in. Purely because of the track record.
You see, her track record that we know is in her constituency, which she represented for a long time.
There's a track record of justice, there's a track record of
yes.
water ministry.
Yes, I'm starting there because
sorry.
that's a platform from which she was able to get to where she is. And the number of times she was elected tells you that she must have gotten something right.
Right, yeah.
Yes. I mean, she got elected until she stopped campaigning for that particular. And yet, it's a region where the turnover of leaders tends to be fairly high. Yes. Now, the track record when she then became minister, again, one sees it. The difficulty always comes in here. People perform well in certain jobs. But this particular position we're speaking of now, she's never held it before.
Yes.
Okay? So you want us to believe that given the track record of the past, we should then believe that in this position with more power, a lot more will be achieved. Is that what you're saying?
That's how promotions work.
That is exactly how promotions work.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's a serious variety of promotion because you are talking about the lives of people, and how it is, the things that are being said should, might, ought to change their lives. And in a country where that need is desperate, it isn't just a subject of discussion, it's a reality that has to be realized.
What are you asking, City?
What I'm asking is this.
In one sentence now.
I hardly began by what I was asking now. I was just expounding on it. I'm asking granular details. How do you hope to achieve this? That's really it.
Can I add something to that question? Is that so? A lot of times, more often than not in this country, is that we see political parties are carried by the individual, right? Yes. So, essentially, what we're saying is that because of the nature of things, Martha Karua has essentially been, quote unquote, removed from this party. In word and thought, because of the position that she has now taken as running mate to the presidential candidate. And then sharing in those duties, whatever happens, right? So moving forward in this current political dispensation, what will the party stand for and how will the party operate? And will it then prove that parties then are held or guarded by individuals? Or will these tenets that you've spoken about continue without the head that has been known to be?
One, NACAN is all about consultation. So it's not technically what Honorable Karua says. It is what the NEC decides on. So the vision. So she is our vision bearer, an already consulted vision. So it's not her who comes up with it. Two, we've survived out of Parliament and out of political parties fund all this time. How have we survived? It's not from individual. It is as party members. As NEC members, we decided on a monthly basis, this a certain amount of money that we'll be providing to support the political party. Where we are at, lucky for us, we've rented some space, so we're able also to get rent income. So in terms of survival, we have a secretariat. So in terms of financial survival, Kenya is still here and shall be here, despite or in spite of any financial constraints.
I'm talking about the political space within which the party plays. So we're saying now, going into a new administration, going to a different style of government, regardless of what happens on the 9th of August, with Martha Karua being where she is, what happens to the party? I'm not talking about keeping the lights on and the water flowing. I'm saying where and which and how will NAC Kenya play in this political space now moving forward with you at the helm?
Yes. She, at least for her being there, NAC Kenya is still alive, by the way. Because people are looking at her not only just as an individual, but as NAC Kenya. Because she's been with NAC Kenya and fought for NAC Kenya for a very long time. So for us, our vision and the way we're going to attain this is through her networks, her assistance. Because I think don't assume that since she's becoming the deputy, it then technically means she's left the political party. She's left the political party. No.
So is she still a member of NAC?
She is member number one.
Has she joined the new party called Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party?
She has been nominated as and presented as, but she hasn't resigned.
Okay. The membership of Azimio One Kenya blah 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 is corporate.
Yeah.
So it's not individual.
Individual,
members. Okay. So she's still member of NAC Kenya. Is she still going to be the chairperson of NAC Kenya? If she becomes
is still the chairperson. What she's relinquished is the administrative responsibilities that are required. For example, if we need to if there are certificates that are needed to be signed, and she's needed now, but she's campaigning in somewhere else, I am around to do the same.
Right.
So she's still with us.
You're running the show as the acting chairperson.
We as a NEC and as the NMC.
Uko na power ya kidole. Unaweza peana nomination certificate.
In consultation. In consultation.
We talked about how the party then has also taken advantage of this particular time to see how many members it could sponsor to the National Assembly, to governor houses, to National Assembly and our set county assemblies and the Senate. How many candidates do you have for all those seats?
For those seats, we have 5 governors, 7 women reps, 136 MCAs, 22 MPs, and which one am I meeting? Senators, we have 24.
Okay. So you've got candidates in.
We have candidates
each
in
of those seats, starting from the very top.
Yeah, each of those seats. I think maybe the only one, but that's nominated, is the deputy governor.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does this compare to how many candidates you fielded in 2017?
Very well, by the way. In
How so?
2017, we had less than. We had no governor. No, we had 2 governors. We had less than 15 MPs, less than 5 senators. So this time round, it's been a success in terms of attracting aspirants who then became candidates. So I'm proud. I'm proud. We are, as a party, we're slowly but surely
You're getting there.
We're getting there.
So this is your best election yet in terms of fielding candidates?
Not our best yet, because in 2007 we had 33 elected.
Okay.
Yeah,
so 33 members who are actually elected.
Yeah, that was our best. Yeah. And now compared after that, now it's in terms of just interest, pure sheer interest. This is our best. Looking forward to.
How do you measure this interest?
Interest, how many aspirants you've attracted.
And how many have you attracted this time?
This time 206, that's what I was, 207.
In total?
In total, yeah.
And how many of them repeat clients, people who had previously been elected on a Kenya ticket?
Yeah, people who've been members of this party.
I'm just confirming the numbers. Sorry, for the Senate we have 11, women rep we have 7, MPs we have 27, MCAs we have 136, governor we have 5, and of course
the president. In the presidency, you have 1.
In the presidency, we have 1, yeah.
How did you vet your candidates? Because this is another big issue. We've been talking here about political parties having to play a role in enforcement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution. This is a court order, okay? Political parties have got to play a role in enforcement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution and in ensuring that there is a 2/3 gender balance, especially in elective seats. How did you vet your aspirants?
For us, we abide by the law. What do you have the certifications that are required for you to be an aspirant? Then we went. The farthest we went is we have branches from the county to the polling station. So we have chairmen. So we have structures there. So just talking to them, we have this number of people who are interested to be our aspirants in a political party. For example, let's say where I live, Nairobi West, Nairobi West Ward, Nekam. I've been a member there, so we have a chairman. So that's the best vetting that you can do. Do you think how many of you? And we have in the neck of each branch it's up to 22 people. So we have a consultation with them, phone or just come. What do you think of this particular candidate? Because, them are better placed to inform the national how this person is perceived by the community. Yeah. So that's the best that we can do. In terms of now background checks and going to NIS and all, we do not have that capacity.
But so you relied on, you have to go to DCI, come with a certificate of good conduct.
We relied to institutions. We believe in institutions.
Go to KRA, come with a tax compliance certificate, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Are you saying that none of your aspirants was listed by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission?
I know of none, but there was a case of one of our aspirants who was supposedly caught in a syndicate of M-Pesa fraud.
Yes.
And that we didn't know. So we condemned it, and of course the government took its way. And if you have any government issues, we as a political party, we disassociate. We just cancel the certificate and go look for another political party or finish your case first. So that's the only case that came to my desk, and we dealt with it.
So you withdrew the certificate?
We withdrew the certificate,
after you'd already issued it?
After we'd already issued it.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you counter-check all your aspirants with the list from EACC?
It's ongoing. So I believe today I'll get the report.
All right.
Because from here I'll just head to the office.
Let's take a break at this point. It's
Yes.
28 minutes to 10. Yes, for the break. Pocket by Mozilla. You know Pocket by Mozilla, Kabbalah, right? Pocket is this wonderful app. So it helps you to curate your news the way you want to consume your news. You can save content permanently, and then you have it with you. You get onto a flight and you've been told, switch off your mobile device or put them on airplane mode. You can still read this content offline. You are able to access content offline. You can listen, you can read, you can watch, whatever kind of content that you basically saved or you've saved onto your Pocket by Mozilla. You can also have suggested tags. It suggests for you content based on how you're consuming your content. This may be content that's of interest to you. And also, you can share content so others can see interesting content that you can use. Pocket by Mozilla. Lovely, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yep.
Putting away stuff that you can come back to and use as reference when you want to read or listen to some of the stuff that you've put away. Sometimes you forget about which page you've opened. Where do I find this? How do I go back? So many tabs open at the same time. Gets it done for you at a click, and you can come back later for reference.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Do you sometimes come across all this interesting and amazing content online, and before you know it, you're 10 tabs in? Or sometimes your browser refreshes itself and you lose that video or write-up you were keen on. In these moments, I bet you wish you could store this content somewhere so it's accessible to you when you need it or want to share it. Well, you can. It is as simple as putting it in your pocket. Thanks to Pocket by Mozilla, you can curate what you love, save it to your list, and access it even when you're offline. It gets better. You have the option of listening to your favorite articles, and before you ask, of course you can watch video content as well as even when offline. Filter the best of the internet and download Pocket by Mozilla now. Available on iOS and Android. Stori zetu kikwetu.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.
We're looking at mostly cloudy conditions at 17 in Nairobi, highs of 23 and lows of 12. It's partly sunny at 19 in Nakuru, highs of 25, 15 will be the low. It's cloudy at 15 in Nyeri, highs of 22 and lows of 11. And the sun is out in Eldoret at 16. It'll go to highs of 23 and lows of 11. The rain continues in Mombasa at 25, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 27 as well in a rainy Malindi. Kisumu is sunny at 24. We'll see highs of 27. It's also sunny at 24 in Kakamega. It'll go to highs of 26. Mostly sunny conditions at 22 in Kampala, highs of 27 and lows of 15. And the rain is coming down in Dar es Salaam at 23. We'll see highs of 28 and lows of 21. Looking to Johannesburg, a little bit warmer today at 10 degrees. The sun is out, highs of 18 and lows of 6. And it's raining in Lagos at 24 with highs of 28 today. Mostly cloudy conditions at 19 in Kinshasa, highs of 30 and lows of 19. At 32 degrees, Beijing has a haze over the city. We'll see highs of just that and lows of 23 going into early evening Tuesday. It's mostly sunny at 15 in Paris, highs of 26 and lows of 13. 14 will be the low in a mostly cloudy London, going to highs of 22. Coming out of Monday night, partly cloudy conditions in New York at 23. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 22.
Chilled Spice.
All right, still looking at cloggy situations through Uhuru Highway from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout out into the city. We'll take a look at that through the morning. Langata Road looking much better now. Lunga Lunga, Jogo Road, that industrial area circuit spilling over to the Likoni interchange on Mombasa Road. Still a thing here and there, but not too bad. Coming off of the Thika Superhighway should be a breeze by now. You're going to get a little bit of traffic at that Pangani underpass, but nothing too sticky for now. Through the morning, talk to us. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. President Uhuru Kenyatta is assured of the government's commitment to providing a conducive environment for investment, saying significant strides have already been made towards making the country a dynamic and vibrant economy in East and Central Africa. The president pointed out that the government's focus on key reforms across the business and financial services spectrum has boosted the country's position as an international financial services hub. The Kenya Bureau of Standards has called on local manufacturers and importers to conform to the 205 new standards which have been developed targeting various sectors of the economy. Speaking during the inaugural Emerging Standards Workshop, KEBS Director General Bernard Njiraine said manufacturers and importers are expected to ensure they adhere to the new standards when 6 months window after gazettement elapses in December this year. Kenya has officially launched the Nairobi International Financial Center in a drive to deepen Nairobi's status as an African financial hub. The center is expected to market Kenya as the investment destination of choice for global conglomerates. Head of Public Service Joseph Kinyua said the trade hub will serve as a center for innovation and a one-stop center for investment. And the Nairobi Securities Exchange is seeking to establish a carbon credits exchange as part of ongoing initiatives to diversify its product portfolio for investors. The BOS is looking to partner with the already established carbon credit exchanges to develop the framework for exchanging carbon credits in the country. The NSE signed a memorandum of understanding with the Air Carbon Exchange Group as part of spearheading processes to create the marketplace during the unveiling of the Nairobi International Financial Center. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
SpiceFM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
22 minutes to 10. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We still have our guest in the studio. Kabala Kile is the National Deputy Chairperson of NARC Kenya, currently also acting as chair of the party. And we're talking about NARC Kenya in this election and going into the future. What are the future plans of this party? Kabala is telling us that the party is strong, is solid. The party has been growing in strides. There's a time when there was a big nationwide drive to recruit members. How many members would you say this party has today? Those who've signed up, those that you've registered with the Register of Political Parties?
Starting with the base, you need 1,000 per in 24 counties. So hiyo kwanza in the back.
Okay.
In registration, last I checked, we were at 180,000
members.
So what happens is, with this membership list, you need to always be checking, counter-checking. That's why we have a individual in the secretariat, because other people, you think they are your members, but they've already resigned.
They leave.
They leave without even telling you.
Right.
So you go and check, you find you let's say, for example, you're having an event sponsored by maybe CMD, Center for Multi-Democracy. Then you go and check the members that because technically you take your party members, you educate your party members.
Yep.
So you go and check, get a list of 20 people, you want to take them for training. When you go and check in the registrars, you find 5 are no longer your members. So it's always a moving process. It's like a moving target. It's like a moving target. So it's continuously you're registering and deregistering. But as per the last audit, we had 180.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say? What would you say NARC Kenya is contributing to the national conversation at this time? Because there is a national conversation. Even if there was not an election, there would be something happening. There would be issues of the economy. There would be issues of development. And there would be issues of education and health. What is NARC Kenya's share in that conversation today of what is currently going on? And how is NARC Kenya contributing to this national conversation, regardless of what sector it is focused on?
NARC Kenya's major contribution, and in this election, is fight against corruption. And we were people who came up with, the Azimio manifesto, which is not just a manifesto but an action plan, is based on 3 pillars. I know CTO is very clear about it, the economic revolution, social justice, and good governance. So we came up with a pillar of good governance, where Azimio la inaitwaje?
Azimio la umoja
not umoja, hii uwajibikaji.
Okay.
Nimetoka Radio Africa wa Kiswahili imekuwa inateleza tu. So Azimio la uwajibikaji. Something that we really truly believe in, where government should be efficient, effective, and accountable.
What does that mean?
Government services should be efficient. Government services, you can't just go to a government to get your services, and it's not timely. It's not what exactly you wanted. It's not exactly what they say they do. For example, when you go to city council and you're told that when you pay for a COVID certificate, you're given a certificate, a COVID license, or you're given a certificate. But when you pay for it, you're given a receipt. So when the people who are coming to check, inspectors come, they don't want the receipt. They want the certificate. So that's what we believe in, and accountability, where this passed through your desk. So who authorized it? How was it authorized? Who is culpable? Direct and not ambiguous. So in the national conversation, our main, where I feel Kenya is at, and where Kenya strives to be at, is building Kenya through fight against corruption, through good governance.
Yes. How do you promote the fight against corruption in this era where there's so many places where corruption is taking place? At community level, we start from village, homestead level, there's corruption, all the way to national offices where there is corruption. The president saying we lose 2 billion shillings every day due to corruption. It's clearly budgeted corruption.
But good.
How do we fight it from that point? How does NAK Kenya see this dragon getting slain?
I remember that budgeted corruption. I like that word. It was coined by what's his name, former Auditor General Edward Okoh. Yeah, very nice thing. As a party, what we see Kenyans as good people, and what the part that we play is first and foremost selecting and vetting individuals, aspirants, good people that can be presented to the Kenyans for voting. Now, in our capacity as a political party, and we're doing what we can for the change of the nation. So these good people that we present to the ballot for the Kenyans, we believe that they'll come up with good policies that will change how the country is run, that will look at the welfare of the poor, of the needy, of the police, of the children, of the single mothers. So us, it's just looking at Kenya as, not giving up on Kenya, but looking at Kenya as a country of good people. So as, I think you could say a sieve. So we are like a sieve of, we're sieving through many aspirants so that we just get the good ones that shall be voted in by
others,
by the voters. Yeah, so that's the extent at which I am proud that I hope I can say my party.
Kabala, there's in the medical field, as it will tell us, there's what they call promotive and preventive.
Yes.
Right? To make sure that we do not go into that ward to be hospitalized, you deal with things here. You encourage people to wash their hands, encourage people to clean their fruits before they eat, those basic things. In a political party, is there anything that NAK Kenya has done to promote good governance? Like, let's say, training fora where you meet with your members and you try and espouse those values of good governance. And then you also identify people who are like-minded, who then you promote and you say, we'd actually sponsor you to take up this position, to sponsor you to take up this elective position or this appointive position, campaigning for them to get into these spaces.
Yes.
Examples.
We work with people. For example, let me give you one example that was just before the elections, that people thought our captain and my party leader would not work together, the BBI issue. We felt that it is not time for a referendum. Where the country is, where the nation is, this is not the moment, constitutional moment, to change our constitution. And we stood against it to the till the end. So that's the best example I can give you where we fight.
It's not my question, though. Because I'm talking about where in this pillar of Azimio la Uwajibikaji, good governance, fighting against corruption, believing in the innate goodness of Kenyans, you going out there and looking at your party members and encouraging people who are of good character to become members of your party, and then positioning them for places to be appointed or positioning them for places to be elected into leadership so that then they can occupy those spaces. When you say that we believe that Kenya civil service or public sector can actually improve, you know you've got your people in those places.
But you see, if the powers that be don't accept, because we propose, yes, we have individuals that we propose, and that's the extent that we go to. In terms of aspirants, as a political party, we're not in a position where we can fund a single political aspirant, but we can sieve to our best of knowledge to get the best candidate that we think is the right one to be presented to the candidates and aspirants. In terms of having appointed positions and appointed positions, I'm looking forward to that post August 9th. I think you'd make a very good, the team would make a very good media consultancy.
Mafuta kwa mgongo ya chupa.
Hapana.
Siagi. Nimepakwa.
The new kweli.
Yes.
It's on record. So when it happens. So in terms of where we have influence, we've done. Okay, another thing that we do is training. The best thing that a political party does to its members is train them. And don't think about them leaving, because now just look at it as bettering the nation, just playing your civic education. Let's say CSR, just take them. So we have a lot of trainings, we have a lot of partners that we work with in different spheres and different topics. If it's a youth, we have partners. If it's so, and even that's how I also rose up the ranks, because you're taking training, the youth training, governance training. So, and we have, I can name like, I think it's eight of our young candidates who've risen through those trainings. And maybe to answer you, that's the best that Kenya we've been able to do and achieve.
How do you think then public psyche then would be influenced to think in a certain manner or to think against a certain ideology? Because I hear you going in that direction, that the party is not necessarily focused on an individual. So we're not looking at individual party politics here, but they were looking at an ideology-based party. Stop me anytime I'm going wrong. So how then do you think that then this party ideology will then influence, again, that national conversation in terms of communicating loudly what the position is?
I think it's just about keeping at it. Talking, keep talking, and keep talking. We have our own, you'd say, party tours that we go, and through our members, because that's what we trust in. Other than the media houses, where now maybe a lot of people that are listening to us, let's say what we do as a political party is having a sit down with our members. And sometimes these things is just about hoping that when I impact you with this message, with this knowledge, you impact 10 other people. That's how we as a party view it. And so, and having also our party leader at the help right now, it has given us a lifeline as to how people researching Kenya. What is Kenya? What is it about? So having our social media app, having our websites app, so that people can get information as they go. And now with this information, they can now start thinking on the ideology side of politics, because with the guidance of our party leader, Kenya has never been a political party of propaganda. So when you want to get true, credible political news or happenings, you'll go. Remember, Ask Martha Thursdays. You'll go to Ask Martha Thursday, and you believe and trust that this is what she'll tell you, and what she's telling you is the truth. And now that impacts positively on us as a political party. And so that's how I believe we are slowly but surely changing the political conversation of the day, from individual politics to ideology politics.
Something about membership. Anyone who wants to become a member of NAC Kenya can become a member, or is it that you have a vetting system before somebody becomes a member? There are certain requirements that you must have, and you must meet certain requirements.
Being a member, you just become a member.
Just become a member.
You just become Now, what now happens is when you want to be presented for an elected position. Now that's when we start the vetting process, because we believe that it is a political party, so we need more members of different characters. But we'll show you the difference we'll show you through example, being a NAC Kenya member, through example as to how you best behave as a party member, and also the organizational culture. If you're an individual of questionable character, you shall leave. And you've seen there's an governor aspirant who's being having cases not to appear on the ballot paper, was a member of questionable character, but because of the organizational discipline that the party has, he just had to leave. So with us, you just become a member. You can come to the office. It's on Woodlands Avenue. Or I was just checking the USSD. It's *483 *094#. Simple. And you become a member. Now the rest, if you will check, we'll do a background check in terms of if you're already a member of a political party, another political party, where then we'll require you to write a letter to that political person, a resignation letter to that political party, then write a letter to our party to join, then we take it to the registrar. Then you'll be struck from the political party that you resigned and come to a political party.
I've always wondered, is there a way in which you can determine whether somebody is a member of another party other than yours?
Yes.
How?
ORPP. The Office of Registered Political Parties, on their website, on their portal, you can go and check. So when you put in your details, your ID number, it will show you. And that's how most of the people came to realize that, kumbe mimi ni member wa chama na I've never been kwa hii chama. Unajua?
I've never registered for this party.
You're now registered for this political party, but you've never registered.
And yet you're a member.
And yet you're a member. Unfortunately, before, what used to happen is, naisi my M-Pesa, that's a challenge by the M-Pesa, where before they changed to now just a phone, your phone number, where you left your name. It was very sensitive and the details. It was just data mining, by the way. Your ID, your phone number, everything.
So they'd sell these to political parties?
Yeah. Per page, per 20 people. So you find when you're going to, for those who are active citizens, by the way, when you're going to vote in your party primaries, but
you're not a member here.
Our member.
You're not our member.
You're a member of
no, they don't know. They don't know because they weren't told. They don't have the reports. But on the list, where uko hapa.
Do you people also subscribe to life memberships?
Yes.
Long-term memberships and the like? You do? All right. How much does it cost to be a member?
To be a member, 100.
100 bob.
100 bob. That's
annual subscription or one-off?
That's a one-off for the least.
It's membership
fee. Membership fee.
And
ordinary member.
Ordinary member. Yes.
Ordinary member.
Deluxe.
No. That's also as for, and then as it goes up, when you want to vie, there's a certain category you have to be.
Right. Walk us through the categories, okay? Ordinary mwananchi member.
100 bob.
100 bob, okay.
Aya, kutoka hapo, you go to the green member.
Green?
Yes, green hiyo ni sasa 200.
For the color.
200, okay.
Yes. Then from 200, now this one's now you're becoming serious. Go to Ruby. At 5,000 membership, 1,000 annually. From Ruby, you go to Silver.
Silver, okay.
Yes. Silver is 20.
20,000.
15,000.
Membership.
15, membership. Then you move on to gold.
Okay.
And henceforth, then you reach to platinum, where governors and deputy presidents and deputy governors. And then now, finally, the life membership.
Okay.
Which stands at 150,000
Kenya shillings.
1,000 Kenya shillings.
Right. Now, are there privileges and benefits that accrue with these positions?
Yes. One is training.
Training?
Yeah.
So if I'm just a 100 bob member, I don't get training?
If you're just a 100 member, it depends what kind of training you get.
What trainings are available?
The trainings that are available, kuna exchange programs. Through Danida, we have exchange programs where you get some of our members to go and see how the Danish parliament and Danish government runs, how democracy is in other political parties. So for that, you need to have some seriousness. Some seriousness.
Have your skin in the game.
Yeah. And not only just, also, it's not only just your membership category, but how active
your
are you?
Participation.
What is your participation level in the political party? How many aspirants have you brought to the party? How many members have you brought to the party? How vibrant is our party office in your area? Is it well maintained? Do you have...
So essentially, you must accumulate bonga points.
Lazima accumulate bonga points.
And just be a member.
Just be
Kabbalah Kilo. Thank you very much for joining us, Kabbalah.
Yes.
Thank you for coming to shed light on Now Kenya and Now Kenya's plans, and we wish you all the best as a political party going forward and as an individual as well, Kabbalah Kile, growing up into the party, growing up the ranks to the level of national deputy chairperson of the political party. No mean feat. Congratulations.
I'd like to end with, let me if you take after you, it's a saying by Harry Truman.
Yes.
It takes a mule to destroy a barn, but it only takes a carpenter to build one.
Nice.
Especially in this election period. You've seen the people who destroyed the nation, and now it needs
the carpenter
to
come and
sort
it out.
Yes,
okay.
And I have a request. Can I request
in
for
10 seconds
for a song?
Yes,
Daima Mkenya by Eric Wainaina. Because of this election period, I wish and I hope that people will be careful and people will love the nation.
Kenya first.
Wa Kenya kwanza.
Kabisa.
Yes.
That is a good one. And also, as we go into the election, remember, elections bila noma. It's all about that. Have a lovely day, folks. It's now 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
The 9th Intergovernmental Authority and Development Extraordinary Summit of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government is set to kick off today in Nairobi. The summit is aimed at reflecting on